Knock, knock. Watson, you can come in. The butler, who now was working as the unofficial butler of the Eastern Kingdom, walked inside. Young master, what are you doing? Watson was left confused, seeing Aditya using red blood to paint the 9 circles that he had drawn in the circular room. Oh, this is the blood of a holy unicorn. Holy unicorn has one of the purest forms of blood. This blood belongs to a peak 4th order holy unicorn. To activate the teleportation arrays, I will need to paint the 9 circles of the teleportation arrays with unicorn blood. I see. Watson stood at the door. He did not step inside the room to give space to Aditya. You came at the perfect time. I was about to activate the teleportation array. Why don't you try using the teleportation array and teleport to Apogale City? I am sure Walter would be very happy to see you. Hearing the name of his brother being mentioned, Watson suddenly felt very nostalgic. He and his brother have spent their childhood together. In their difficult times, his brother has been there to support each other. From training to sleeping to even bathing, both brothers have done it together. It has been a few years since I last saw my brother. As Watson and Julia have to travel all the way to the Nyland Kingdom to use the teleportation array, he simply did not feel that traveling for an entire week just to see his brother will be worth it. Also, if he left, who is going to serve the young master? Unless Aditya gave him a few weeks of holiday, he couldn't really go to see his brother. If you want, you can take a few days off. I don't mind. Now that I have returned, you can leave everything in my hands. These past 2 months have been really tough for you. I won't mind if you take a few days or maybe even a week's break. You deserve it. Watson nodded his head with a grateful smile. During the war, Aditya had left Watson to take care of the administration work, meaning that Watson had to spend countless hours sitting and writing and signing documents. You know, I can also ask Walter to set a blind date for you. I think it's about time you also find someone and get married. Hearing Aditya's words, Watson laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Young master, I am already this old. I don't think anyone would be willing to marry me. Please don't forget that this old man is already a century old. I simply have run out of time to get married. My only wish is to serve young master and see the Eastern Kingdom touch the greatest height of the sky. Aditya looked at Watson's appearance. I don't think anything is wrong with your appearance. As you have restarted cultivating and after breaking through 3rd order, your appearance has changed. You have de-aged. You look like some 40 years old man. When a cultivator breaks through higher order, their lifespans also increase. Also, dragons naturally have more lifespans than humans. It was normal for a dragon to live a few thousands years. With Watson's cultivation, his lifespan would be around 15,000, maybe even more. Watson was a handsome man. After reaching 3rd order and after becoming a dragon, he has become even more handsome. His physical appearance has changed a lot. If Watson starts looking for a wife, then it wouldn't be that hard for him. All he has to do is give it a try. Don't use your age as an excuse. Your Majesty, can we please not talk about this topic? Watson, even though he was already this old, had practically no experience with women besides his mother, who also passed away when Watson was only 5 years old. Look, Watson, Walter also has settled down with a family of his own. I don't see what is holding you back from finding a partner and getting married. After spending so much time with his butler, Aditya began seeing Watson as his real family. He respected Watson like his real grandfather. Aditya does not want Watson to spend his life alone. Your Majesty, when Lady Julia was born, I was assigned to serve Lady Julia. Lady Julia and the Dragon King are and will be the only 2 persons whom I have sworn to serve with my heart and life. If I get married, my marriage life might get in the way of my professional life. Watson's professional life was his identity. Don't tell me you swing that way. Of course not. I am perfectly a healthy young man. Whatever you say. After talking to Watson, Aditya realized that it was useless to discuss this matter with his butler. I will have to discuss this matter with Walter. I will ask him to find a blind date for Watson. While talking with Watson, Aditya finished covering the rune circles with unicorn blood. Aditya then stood at the center of the 9 circles. Looking at the 9 circles, a satisfied appeared on his face. This was his first time drawing a teleportation rune, yet Aditya managed to make it without making any mistakes. During the whole process, Aditya was slightly nervous. Fortunately, nothing went wrong during the process. Aditya began condensing his mana in his both fists. After condensing a certain amount of mana in his fists, Aditya touched the floor with his both palms and released all of the mana towards the rune circles. Boom! For a moment, Watson felt like he had gone blind. The only thing that he saw was an intensely bright light. Fortunately, after a few seconds, everything returned to dim down. When he looked at the 9 circles, Watson was shocked to find 9 circles that were made up of complex rune characters in the air. Aditya was standing in the middle of the rune circles. The 9 circles were glowing in 9 different colors. The color of each circle kept on changing with each passing second. The whole scene was quite spectacular to watch. After around 1 minute, the lights coming from the 9 circles began dimming down before completely disappearing. Majesty, what happened? There was a trace of fear in Watson's tone. No to panic, Watson. The teleportation array has been activated. Aditya then walked up to Watson. Go and stand in the middle of the circle. I will send you to Awakens City. Before leaving Awakens City, Aditya has left a bit of his mana in the Awakens City teleportation rune. By using his mana to activate the teleportation array, he had basically connected with this TA to the TA of Awakens City. The TA in Awakens City was already connected to all other teleportation arrays in and outside the continent, meaning that this teleportation array can be used to teleport to any continent, as long as one has the exact latitude and longitude of the location. When the bright light dimmed down, Watson had been teleported. After Watson left, Aditya almost fell down from the overuse of his mana. Normally, a teleportation array would need mana stones to function, but Aditya instead had used his huge mana reserve to teleport Watson. He did not think single teleportation would nearly consume almost all of his mana. It looks like I will need mana stones. Aditya looked at the TA1 last time before leaving the room. Now that Watson has also left, for the first time since arriving in this world, Aditya is truly left alone. Julia and Watson had become a part of his life. Without them, he felt he was missing something from his life. Watson should return within a few days at most. Aditya now was planning on meeting a certain someone who was going to help him with all the weapons and armor that he collected while fighting goblins. Even Aditya is not sure how many weapons and armor he has managed to collect. The number was simply too big. Can keep it up. In a certain part of the royal castle, Aditya came to meet the blacksmith that bought it. His name was Percy Lowe. He is a 3-star blacksmith whose age was above 100 plus. Percy was a dwarf who used to work under a certain faction, which was destroyed by the enemy, and Percy was sold as a slave after his mana heart was crippled. You're doing it wrong. You should control your strength. Your movements are too balanced. Keep harming before it cools down. Clang, clang. Walking in the forge room, Aditya found Percy instructing other fellow dwarves. After getting Percy, Watson bought a few dwarves and let Percy teach them. Percy was very happy with being able to teach and pass down his forging skills to other young dwarves. Knock, knock. Aditya gently knocked on the door to draw Percy's attention. This humble servant greets the king. Following Percy, all other dwarves stopped their work and bowed their heads to the king. This was everyone except for Percy, who had seen the king of the Eastern Kingdom. Continue with what you guys were doing. Percy, come with me, I want to show you something. Percy nodded and walked out of the room after giving 1 or 2 more instructions to the young dwarves. Are you having any problem living here? Aditya asked while walking forward. Percy was keeping a meter distance from the king and following him from behind. Your Majesty, it would be a great sin for me to say that I am not happy even after all the things that Sir Watson has provided me with. Aditya looked around and looked at Percy's eyes to see if the dwarf was lying or not. When he turned around, Aditya saw Percy's sincere eyes. Feeling Percy's sincerity, Aditya was very satisfied. "Percy, what would you do if I told you that the Eastern Kingdom has the power to heal your mana-crippled heart?" Hearing these words, Percy's body slightly trembled in overwhelming emotions. He stopped walking and looked at the man who was also his master with various emotions. Percy wasn't sure if Aditya can heal his mana-crippled heart. In his knowledge, in this world no one has the power to heal Mana's crippled heart. "I am not lying." Aditya turned around and looked at Percy, who was standing 6 meters away from Aditya. "I can give you back what you have lost. You have been living in this palace for more than a week now. I am sure you have met at least one of my generals." Percy just nodded his head as he has seen Tyler and Amber in the castle. "Let me tell you, all of my generals were slaves with mana-crippled hearts. I healed them and now they are working as my generals. If you still don't believe in my words, then you can wait for a few more days till I get the pill that will cure your crippled heart." Aditya wanted to earn Percy's trust and loyalty. Gaining these two things was very important. Aditya does not want his subordinate to be a slave. Percy was someone who was going to be a very important part of the Eastern Kingdom. Even the dwarf did not know that the moment Aditya saw him, he had become Aditya's subordinate. Aditya not only wanted Percy to teach his blacksmithing skills to other young dwarves, but he also wanted the dwarf to progress his blacksmithing skills and become a blacksmith capable of making 5-star weapons and armors. At this moment, Percy did not know if the king is lying or saying the truth. Logically speaking, there is no such thing as a cure for a crippled heart. But there was a small ray of hope and expectation in Percy's heart. He was afraid that having too many expectations would only lead him to disappointment and depression. "Your Majesty, you have no idea how much forging means to me. When my heart was crippled, I lost my ability to forge weapons, but if I can regain what I have lost, then I promise that I will forever serve His Majesty till the end. I will live and die with the Eastern Kingdom. Come with me." Aditya did not show his happiness. He instead asked Percy to follow him to the storage room, which was located in the basement of the castle. "Your Highness, why are we here?" In Percy's knowledge, Aditya is the most different and unique king that he had ever seen. After living in this palace for 10 days, Percy has never heard anyone in the palace disrespecting the king. Everyone in the palace has endless respect and admiration for the king. "Before I tell you why I have brought you here, first I want to give you something. Don't try to resist. At first it might be painful, but I assure you that this will only benefit you. There is a chance that this will also cure your mana-crippled heart." Suddenly, Percy started to feel nervous after hearing Aditya's words. Aditya bit his thumb finger, drawing out golden blood, which shocked Percy once again, as he did not know how Aditya has golden blood. Though Percy has heard that Aditya was a dragon, he did not know that Percy has golden blood. "Take this." Aditya put a drop of golden blood on Percy's forehead. Suddenly, the whole room was brightened by the crimson and golden light that started coming from Percy's body. The dwarf's entire body trembled violently as he fell to his knees with his hands on his knees. Right now, Percy felt as if his muscles, his blood, his organs, everything was being filled with an endless amount of energy. Every part of his body was changing from the inside. He can feel the change that was rapidly taking place in his body. Percy couldn't stop himself from screaming out in pain when the endless energy entered his crippled heart. After having his mana heart crippled, Percy was always in constant pain. Whenever his heartbeat rose, he would feel endless pain. But now that foreign energy was forcefully entering his heart. He felt like he was being torn apart from the inside out. Percy couldn't handle it anymore. The dwarf started rolling around in pain. At this moment, Percy did not doubt what Aditya was seeing. Aditya frowned seeing Percy in this much pain. The process shouldn't be this painful. but after a few seconds he saw crimson and golden, bright aura surrounding Percy. Percy's height started growing. His black skin started getting a little brighter. The size of his body also grew with his muscles. After around 5 minutes of endless pain, Percy's consciousness was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, the pain started disappearing. When it did, Percy, without even needing to open his eyes, felt the strange, yet familiar energy around him. His lips trembled as he for a moment thought it was nothing but an illusion. His mind almost refused to believe what he just sensed. "Congratulations, Percy. It looks like my divine bloodline has healed your crippled heart. Not only that now, but you have also become half dragon and half dwarf. Your cultivation also has reached peak first order." Aditya was sure that if Percy's mana heart wasn't crippled, his cultivation directly would have reached second order. Percy opened his eyes as a drop of tear rolled down his right cheek. Right now, no words can express the amount of happiness Percy felt. Without needing to say any words, he got on his knees and kneeled before Aditya with his head touching the ground. "My king, no words can describe my gratitude toward you. His Highness has returned to me something which was a part of my life for more than 100 years. Thank your majesty. Get up, no need to bow your head to me." After wiping the tears on his cheeks, Percy stood up. "As for the reason why I bought you this room," with a wave of his hand, the whole storage room was suddenly filled with mountains of weapons and armors. Percy felt like his eyes were going to pop out of their socket. What he was seeing right now was no different from seeing the impossible. The storage room was 20 meters long and 15 meters wide. Right now the whole room was filled with an uncountable number of weapons and armor. "Your Majesty, can you please tell me from where you got all these weapons and armor?" Percy's voice trembled in excitement. For a blacksmith, nothing was more spectacular than seeing a mountain of armor and weapons. "I got these armor and weapons during the goblin invasion. These armor and weapons belong to the goblins whom I had killed during the invasion." Percy gulped down. He took a few steps forward and picked up a 3-star sword. With a single glance, Percy realized that this sword was damaged. When he looked carefully, he again realized that almost every weapons and armor here was damaged. "Your Majesty, do you want me to repair all these damaged weapons and armor?" Percy asked in a slightly nervous tone. "What do you think?" Aditya asked with a smile. "What he has shown is just 1/4 of what he had in his storage ring. If the storage room was big enough, Aditya would have taken out all of the weapons and armor from his ring. This is just 1/4 of what I currently have. I had to put extra hours into picking up and storing these weapons and armor. If I had not picked any of these weapons and armor, then I could have killed another 1,000,000 goblins." Percy's jaw dropped on the ground hearing His Majesty's words. Although he was super happy to see this many armor and weapons together, it was a different story if he was ordered to repair all of these armor and weapons. "Percy, can you do it?" Aditya asked in a serious tone. Aditya had a feeling that with the Nyland King's death, another war is going to break out. Before that happened, he wanted to upgrade his soldiers' powers to have the best weapons and armor. "Your Majesty, it will take me a long time to finish repairing everything in this storage room. I am sure you have noticed that most of the weapons here are just slightly damaged while most armors are very badly damaged. Then start by repairing the weapons." Percy seriously nodded his head. He picked up 15 swords and then left the room. Meanwhile, today the sea for some reason looked very calm and quiet. But the situation under the sea was anything but calm. A 6 feet and 3 inches tall man holding a trident was sitting on a throne that was made from thousands of pearls. Before the man, there were 3 mermaids who were on their knees. The 3 mermaids did not dare look at the man who was sitting on the throne that was made from pearls. "Tell me what happened to Gorge." "Majesty, we had sent Gorge to the surface. He went to the nearest kingdom in a disguise of being a rich merchant. In a short time, using the precious resources that we have given him, he rose up to become one of the most wealthiest merchants. After becoming merchant, Under our orders, Gorge began expanding his business. Not only that, he secretly began digging more information on the kingdom named the Isterin. How powerful is the Isterin kingdom? The man who was sitting on the throne made from countless pearl directly asked. According to our information, the Isterin military has multiple third-order powerhouse. Before we heard that their king was capable of killing third orders when he was just a second order. Right now no one knows how powerful the Isterin king was. The man for a moment remained quiet, which made the three mermaids slightly nervous. After 5 minutes of dead silence, the man opened his mouth to speak. Start preparing the army. We will start the Isterin kingdom. This will be our first step in taking over the land. Can keep it up. Your Majesty, did you call me? At this moment, Aditya was engraving runes on a 4-star bow. He was adding runic enchantment to this 4-star bow for Scott, who mainly used a bow to fight. Alex, come inside. Almost 2 months ago, Aditya had saved Alex and his family from getting killed. He killed the thugs who wanted to kill Alex and his family. After saving them, Aditya has given Alex the chance to work as a royal official in the royal castle. Alex directly worked as the unofficial prime minister. Now that Watson had taken a few days of leave, Aditya had ordered Alex to come and help him with the mountain of paperwork that was lying on his table. Alex, how have you been doing? Alex is the first royal official of the Isterin kingdom. This itself gave Alex more privilege and more power than other royal officials. Currently, there were more than thousands of royal officials working directly under Alex. 2 months ago, Alex was nothing but a poor man who had a mountain of debt. His financial condition had gotten so worse that Alex did not even have enough money to afford 3 times meals for his family. If Aditya had not saved him that night, Alex and his family would have either died from starvation or would have been killed by the thugs from whom Alex borrowed money. Alex closed the door and walked inside the king's study room. Even though this room was called the king's study room, it was used more by Alex and Watson. There are times when Alex and Watson would spend days in this room. I have been doing very well, thank you for asking, Your Highness. Alex, can you please take a look at these documents and find out the best candidates? Aditya was planning on recruiting 100 more royal officials. The current Isterin kingdom was just too big. 1,000 officials were not enough. Your Majesty, I think you should take things a little easy and take some rest. Next to Aditya's table there were 19 various kinds of weapons. Aditya has spent the remaining day engraving runes on these weapons. He had planned these weapons to be used by his generals and his Dragonians. All of these weapons were 4-star weapons. Alex, I can't do that. Since you have been working under Watson for almost 2 months now, you should know that a storm is going to come. Alex seriously nodded his head. When the war with the Zulux dynasty ended, something strange was happening in the northern part of this region. The northern part, which was made up of numerous small second-tier kingdoms, stopped fighting. No one knew the reason for these kingdoms to suddenly stop the war. At first, Aditya thought that these small kingdoms are taking a break to recover their military forces. But when Aditya left, Watson got some serious news from the Majins who were secretly spying in those kingdoms. Aditya had spread his spies to every kingdom in the eastern region. Several of his spies reported that all of these small kingdoms were preparing for a big war. The hostility and animosity that previously existed between all these small kingdoms now disappeared. Each of these small kingdoms was starting to share its resources with each other. Your Majesty, I feel that these small kingdoms on the north have secretly forged some alliance between themselves. In the last 100 years, these small kingdoms have never stopped fighting among themselves. I feel that these small kingdom kings have a bigger aim this time. Aditya also agreed with Alex. The news concerned Aditya even more, knowing that the Nyland king's health suddenly started deteriorating. I don't understand why would these kingdoms suddenly put behind their differences and start preparing for war. Are they planning on attacking the Nyland kingdom? Even if these small kingdoms joined hands and attacked the Nyland kingdom, the Nyland Kingdom would still win as they have a fourth-order powerhouse, protecting their kingdom. Or maybe they have some ambition of conquering the Istaran land. Aditya's crimson-red eyes turned cold. If those kingdoms have planned something like this, he won't end the war till he conquers each of these small kingdoms. Aditya and Alex were soon immersed in their own world. Both men were focused on their work and had no time to chat. After about another 30 minutes, Aditya finally put the pen down as he looked at the golden bow with a satisfied smile. Finally done. Venomous serpent, rank mid 4-star. Description: a special type of weapon that has deadly poison powers. Whenever the venomous serpent is used to shoot arrows, the arrows will have poisonous powers. The poison is potent, enough to instantly kill even a mid-third-order cultivator. The venomous serpent has been enchanted with runic magic, making the bow even stronger. The poison won't work on the owner of the venomous serpent. The power of the poison won't work on peak 4th order or any higher order cultivators. Ability 1. When the venomous serpent is used to shoot arrows, the power and the speed of 300 plus. Ability 2. Once the venomous serpent has been marked by the blood of the user, the bow cannot be used by anyone other than the user himself. Ability 3. Using the venomous serpent, the user can shoot up 4 arrows at the same time. Ability 4. Increases the chances of landing a critical strike on a 4th-order powerhouse by 20%. Increase the chances of landing a critical strike on a 3rd-order powerhouse by 40%. There is a 100% chance of landing a critical strike on a 1st order, simply too powerful. 4-star weapons are already deadly enough. Now that I have added runic enchantment on his 4-star venomous serpent bow, Scott now holds the weapon to take down a beginner or mid-phase 4th-order cultivator, despite being only a 2nd-order cultivator. But then again, the speed, reaction speed and reflex, vision and power of a 4th order is something that a 2nd order can never compare against. Scott will have to find a way of landing his arrows on a 4th order. A few hours later, Aditya was tightly clenching the bedsheets. His whole body was covered in a layer of sweat. His eyes slightly trembled. His heart was beating too fast. His dragon blood was boiling in anger. Price Arthur, I would have expected you to betray me in the end. You always have been a greedy person. It was my fault for trusting you in the first place. Ha ha ha. Don't blame anyone, Aditya, Istaran King Aditya. If you want to blame anyone, then blame yourself for offending the wrong faction. Your existence is a threat to my kingdom. The Napoka King, Sir Ethan, wants his territory back. The Deep Sea Palace wants to take revenge on your kingdom for killing their men. You bought this on yourself. Right now, Aditya could be seen on his knees. Blood was covering his chest. There were many deep wounds and cuts all over his body. The Istaran King seems to have lost one of his eyes and also one of his arms. There was also a 3 inches big hole on his left thigh. Behind Aditya, the whole city was in flames. A sea of flames was devouring the whole city. The royal castle of the Istaran Kingdom was completely destroyed. Behind Aditya, the bodies of his 7 generals, the bodies of the king of Thera Kingdom and the Thera Kingdom's general, the dead body of Alex, all the servants and the maids who worked in the castle, and the bodies of 100,000 soldiers were lying dead. Right now, the entire Istaran Kingdom was in flames. All of the royal officials and nobles of the kingdom were slaughtered. Aditya breathed heavily. Right now his eyes were filled with endless killing, intent for these men who took away everything from him. These men were responsible for the deaths of millions. The whole Istaran Kingdom had become a graveyard for millions of innocent people. It did not matter whether it was an elder or a woman or a child. Everyone, regardless of their age, gender, or race, was mercilessly killed. Arthur, since things have come this far, since I have lost everything, I will also take away everything you all held dear. I respected your father, the previous Nyland king, but even your dad won't be able to save you from the wrath of the Dragon Monarch. Suddenly, a bright crimson red aura surrounded Aditya's entire body. What is happening? Arthur and other kings who were standing together took a few steps back in fear, as the killing intent from Aditya made them feel suffocated. I think he is going into a berserk state. Even a fifth order wouldn't be able to stop him in this form. The deep-sea palace king cleared everyone's doubt, but when he spoke, everyone sensed the fear and the panic in his voice. Can keep it up. Chapter today. Hopefully from tomorrow, I can continue to upload 2 chapters each day. What is happening? Arthur and other kings who were standing together took a few steps back in fear as the killing intent from Aditya made them feel suffocated. I think he is going into a berserk state. Even a fifth order wouldn't be able to stop him in this form. The deep sea palace king cleared everyone's doubt, but when he spoke, everyone sensed the fear and the panic in his voice. While transforming into a dragon, Aditya noticed some people wearing black cloaks and hiding their faces under hoods, standing 1,000 meters away and looking in his direction. This dragon monarch won't die here alone. I am going to kill you all, and then I am going to burn your children, your families, your relatives, your people to death. I am the Dragon Monarch. I shall show the world the consequences of offending the Dragon Monarch. An endless amount of killing intent surged out of Aditya's body. His body shape slowly started changing. He is turning into a dragon. At this moment, the deep-sea palace king had fear and regret in his eyes, without realizing he had provoked the dragon. Roar, what was that? Huff, huff, Aditya directly stood while breathing heavily. Everything that just happened to him felt so real. Even the pain and the anger in his heart were too real to him to think that all this was just a dream. Aditya wiped the sweat on his forehead. Right now, his whole body was covered in a layer of sweat. Did I see the future again? The last time Aditya had seen a glimpse of the future. In that future version, the Zulux dynasty and the Ne-Po-Ka king combined their powers to destroy the Eastern kingdom. Fortunately, he managed to change the future, but this time, the threat that he was going to face was even way bigger. Without him realizing it, he was surrounded by enemies. Aditya got up from the bed and then opened the window and looked outside. Opening the window, he caught the beautiful view of Azure City. Right now, except for a few people, almost everyone in the city was sleeping. From Aditya's bedroom, he can see the northern walls and the gates of the city. The Azure City of the past cannot compare itself to the Azure City of the present. The city not only expanded in size but also prospered. Now so many people call this place their home. Aditya could feel the cold breeze that seems to warn him about the upcoming cold and harsh winter. Aditya's eyes turned terrifyingly cold. His sharp and cold eyes looked like the eyes of a predator. Those crimson eyes seemed to shine in the bright red color of the blood. Anyone who at those eyes would feel a chill down their spine. This time Aditya felt thirsty. He wanted to blood. His crimson eyes were hungry for blood. It seems I have gone a little soft after my win with the Zulux dynasty. From the beginning, I shouldn't have stopped after taking care of the Zulux dynasty. The Ne-Po-Ka kingdom did not appreciate my kindness. Instead, King Ethan spit on it. Aditya tightly clenched his fist while looking at the night sky. Before the first snow of the winter falls on the Eastern land, I will slaughter all of my enemies. No one shall be spared. I won't stop, even if I have to kill children, women, or the innocent. This was the war they started. I will be the one to finish it. This time Aditya was going to become the tyrant. In his nightmare, he has seen and felt the anger of his future self. Since those people have decided to attack him, Aditya is going to strike first. If possible, Aditya would have preferred not to kill the children, women, and innocent ones. But since his enemies did not spare anyone from his kingdom, since they did not hesitate to kill his kingdom's children, women, and the innocent, why should the Dragon Monarch show mercy to his enemies? Ha ha ha! Aditya suddenly started laughing, without caring if his laughter awakes up others in the royal palace. This is also a good thing. Before I was having doubts about whether I should attack the Nyland Kingdom. Since your son has attacked me in the future, then don't blame me if I suddenly break this alliance and attack your kingdom. This time no one shall be spared. After dealing with the kingdoms, I will be going after them. In his nightmare, Aditya has seen, first and most importantly, I will take care of the deep sea palace. 2 pairs of crimson wings appeared on Aditya's back. The next moment he jumped out of the window and disappeared. No one exactly knew where the Eastern king was heading. Deep inside the Silver Meadow Grove. The Silver Meadow Grove was one of those big forests where the magical monster lived. Even though the Eastern Kingdom is located right next to the Silver Meadow Grove, the kingdom has never been attacked by the magical animals that live in this forest. It seems the magical monsters are not interested in coming out of the forest. Even if the magical monsters happen to roam out of the forest, they are generally weak first-order monsters. These monsters are killed by the soldiers and sold in the food market. This was one of the ways of keeping a constant supply of meat without needing to reply to other kingdoms. Aditya has sent many soldier teams led by one of his generals to hunt monsters without going to the inner part of the Silver Meadow Grove. Even Aditya is not sure what lies in the inner part of the Silver Meadow Grove. But it was rumored that strong dragons and other mythical magical monsters inhabit the inner and core part of the Silver Meadow Grove. Aditya was not afraid of entering the inner part as he had the blood of a divine dragon which gave him the power to control other dragons. Not to mention the fact that current Aditya is powerful to easily kill any peak fourth order. The inner region of the Silver Meadow Grove had taller and thicker trees. The tree barely let any sunlight enter the deep region of the forest. Anywhere Aditya looked, the only thing he saw was the thick green trees that were covering everything. The reason Aditya came to the Silver Meadow Grove was to find wild dragons or wyverns that live here. Aditya can easily head to the Napoka Kingdom and start destroying the Napoka Kingdom. But that is only an ordinary solution. Today, even if he destroys the threat of the Napoka, the Deep Sea Palace and the Nyland Kingdom that was hovering over his kingdom, in the future, another big, powerful might try to do the same. Aditya wanted his kingdom to become independent without relying too much on his powers. His military cannot defeat the Nyland Kingdom without him. If Aditya wants to become the true overlord of the eastern region, he will need the kingdom's military to become even stronger. The fastest way of doing it would be to either by creating more Dragonians by giving his soldiers powerful weapons and armor, or by taming powerful wild dragons and wyverns. Aditya already had done half of the first 2 options. Right now he wanted to find a few wild dragons. Should I use my dragon roar to alert all the dragons? It has been almost an hour since Aditya came into the inner region of the Silver Meadow Grove. After some hesitation, Aditya decided to use Dragon Roar. After taking a deep breath, Aditya used his mana to amplify his voice and let out a loud roar that almost covered 1/4 of the total inner region of the Silver Meadow Grove. Roar. Around 50 km away, a family of wild dragons was currently having their lunch. The mother dragon had just hunted a rainbow bird, which was a mid-third order magical bird. The bird was known for its strength and agility, but in front of a dragon, the bird was nothing. The dragon mother easily hunted the magical bird and bought it to feed her little dragon children. Look, mother is back. Inside the big cave, 2 little dragons could be seen excitedly looking at their mother, who just has returned. I am back. The mother dragon put the dead body of the rainbow magical bird on the ground. As soon as the body of the magical beast was put in front of the baby dragons, both baby dragons started eating the 5 meters big rainbow bird. How is it? The mother dragon asked while looking at her babies with endless love in her eyes. For dragons, it was extremely hard for them to have children. It's a miracle that she managed to give birth to twin dragons. Roar, suddenly hearing aloud. The mother and both of her children looked in the direction of the east. Can keep it up. Roar. The roar of a divine dragon was so strong that it produced a shockwave, destroying all the trees and instantly killing all the mid-first order magical animals in an area of 100 meters. After the roar, Aditya kept standing in the air waiting for the wild dragons and the wyverns and the magical animals with dragon bloodline to answer his call. For the next 5 minutes, nothing major happened. This made Aditya doubt if his dragon roar worked or not. I guess the roar did not do anything except scare off the magical animals. It looks like I will personally have to search for wild dragons and wyverns. Aditya was about to fly off, but then he stopped as he heard some sounds. What is that sound? Rustle, rumble, the dragon. Monarch did not have to wait long enough to find out the answer himself. As seconds passed, the soft rustling sounds got even stronger. The trees and ground began trembling. All the magical animals around 5,000 meters began running away. It was as if the silver meadow grove itself was shaking. Aditya then sensed the presence of some strong and powerful magical animals. From the west, a few giant figures were flying in Aditya's direction. From this distance, Aditya can only see those giants' body outlines, but it was not difficult for him to know that these giants-looking birds were wild dragons. Roar! From the north, a group of wyvern that was being led by a dark blue wyvern approached Aditya's direction. At the same time, from the forest, many wyverns and wild dragons jumped out and flew in front of the dragon Monarch. When Aditya let out the divine dragon roar, he also stopped suppressing his bloodline, which he normally kept suppressing. When his aura was unleashed and with the roar of the divine dragon, every magical animal started running in Aditya's direction regardless of how strong they were. To them, this feeling was very difficult to express. But the call of divine dragon was considered as the call of dragon god himself. Their bloodline itself screamed. Their instinct told them to go in a certain direction to meet the dragon monarch. Around 5 minutes later, Aditya was still standing 300 meters above the ground. Except that unlike before, this time he was surrounded by hundreds of magical animals with dragon bloodline. Right now, no magical animal dared to even approach 10 km around this area, knowing that almost all of the strongest beings in the Silver Meadow Grove were gathered here. Greetings to the Dragon King. Greetings to the Dragon Monarch. Greetings to the Divine Dragon. Greetings to the Crimson Dragon. In the presence of Aditya, everyone felt their dragon bloodline boiling in excitement. The female wyverns and the female wild dragons felt their bodies were getting especially hot. Female dragons by instinct seek out strong mates. In front of the Dragon King, they instinctively knew their king was their best mate. Having them able to bear his child would be a great blessing for them. Dragons were completely different creatures from other intelligent races. Dragons respected and did not hesitate to worship the strongest one among them. While Aditya was only a beginner 3rd order, because of his divine bloodline, every dragon worshipped Aditya like their god, and they would not even hesitate to kill themselves if the Dragon King orders them. Aditya looked at all the dragons with a small smile on his face. There were hundreds of wyverns, hundreds of wild dragons, half-dragon goblins and half-dragon wolf pups. It seems these goblins have acquired dragon bloodline due to some special conditions. But what about this half-dragon wolf pup? I never knew that a wolf pup could possess dragon bloodline. Aditya's knowledge of magical animals was lacking a lot. He only knew the basics. With a glance, Aditya counted that there were around 399 magical animals. Among them, the number of the wyverns was the highest. There were 249 wyverns of different types, 93 wild dragons with different elemental powers, while the rest was goblins who somehow managed to acquire dragon bloodline, and the last one was a wolf pup with half-dragon bloodline. Aditya silently looked at the wild dragon before his eyes landed on a female dragon who was carrying 2 small child dragons on her back. What is your name? Your Majesty, my name is Emma. I have managed to awaken the Earth Dragon bloodline. My twin dragon children also have managed to inherit my Earth Dragon bloodline. The female dragon who has managed to awaken the Earth Dragon bloodline was around 25 meters in size. Her teeth were almost 2 meters long. She had large black eyes with vertical slits. Her whole body was covered in black and brown scales. The two small dragon twins on her back looked the same as her. Both twins were already 2 meters long and were Peak's first-order powerhouse. It seems awakening. Earth Dragon bloodline has increased her powers. Among all the beings here, she is the strongest one. Her powers are close to reaching 5th order. The female Earth Dragon was a Peak, 4th order powerhouse. Because the female dragon had to lay her eggs and look after her babies, she could not focus on her cultivation. Aditya estimates that even without cultivating in a few years she will break through the 5th order, while if she does start cultivating in a few months she will become a 5th order powerhouse. But if she uses the pills made by Julia, she can achieve the same results in a few weeks. Seeing that everyone was staring at Aditya, he decided to state his purpose for summoning them. Cough. Everyone, I apologize for suddenly calling you all here. Hearing the Dragon Monarch apologizing, all the wyverns, wild dragons, and goblins all looked at each other in astonishment. No one would have minded if Aditya had not apologized, but his few words won the hearts of almost everyone. I am sure some of you already know that there is a kingdom that lies near the Silver Meadow Grove. Some wild dragons and wyverns nodded their heads as they knew about this. Every 10 to 25 years, 1 or 2 wyverns would go out of the Silver Meadow Grove to know about the changes happening outside. In case you don't know, there is a kingdom located next to the Silver Meadow Grove. The kingdom's name is the Eastern Kingdom, and I am the king of the Eastern Kingdom. I will not waste any more of your time. Today I have come here with a proposal. I want some wild dragons and some wyverns to come and protect the Eastern Kingdom. Aditya looked around and added before anyone could say anything. Before you guys reply, let me add this: I am not ordering you. But know this, if you choose to follow me, I promise you that I will take you to the peak. We will stand at the top of this world. No, maybe at the top of this universe. As the Dragon Monarch, I have this power and ability. With the system, Aditya can grow endlessly. He was confident that he and his subordinates can stand at the very top. Everyone here would have agreed to work for Aditya, as he had the most superior dragon bloodline. Every dragon or dragonkin considered Aditya as their god, and every dragon respected and obeyed their dragon gods. To them, being able to serve the Dragon Monarch is itself a great honor. Just as Aditya finished his words, everyone shouted, "We agree to follow the Dragon King and follow the Dragon King for life." Even Aditya himself was not expecting these words. He was expecting some of the dragons or wyverns to back out and continue staying here. Well, suddenly bringing all the wild dragons and this many wyverns in the Eastern Kingdom will cause a big commotion that will spread all over the continent. Also, this will also alert my enemies, not that care if they knew about this, but I want to surprise them. After thinking for a while, Aditya finally decided to take 33 wild dragons and wyverns. Among them, 15 of them were wyverns, while the other 18 were wild dragons. All the wild dragons and the wyverns that Aditya chose were either Peak 3rd order or 4th order powerhouse. Others all can remain living here for a little longer. Now, except the ones I have chosen, others all can go back, but remember that you guys are forbidden from fighting among each other. The remaining dragons, wyverns, and goblins nodded before going back. The ones who remained were Emma and her twin dragon children, the half-wolf pup, the wild dragons, and the wyverns. After everyone left, Aditya kept on staring at the half-wolf pup. The cute white wolf cutely blinked its eyes at Aditya. The wolf pup was only around a month old and was very weak. It's already a miracle that other magical animals have not attacked it and killed this baby pup. Aditya landed in front of the baby pup. Aditya can tell it was a female wolf pup. The pup's whole body was silver white while its eyes resembled the eyes of a dragon. Come here. Aditya is not sure if the baby wolf can understand his words, but after cutely tilting his head, the pup walked up to Aditya. Aditya gently patted the pup's head before carrying it in his arms. Let's go, woof. As if understanding what Aditya had said, the baby wolf barked in excitement. The pup was excited to fly first time in her life. Aditya flew above the clouds while covering the baby pup's entire body with a mana shield, as he knew that the pup's weak body cannot handle the strong wind pressure. The pup remained calm while excitedly looking around. Aditya and his fellow wild dragons and wyverns flew in the direction of Azure City. What should I do with the half-dragon goblins? After killing millions of goblins, Aditya kind of had developed some sort of negative view toward the entire goblin race. This is why Aditya did not buy the half-dragon goblins, as he was afraid that the goblins would fall for their lust and try to force themselves on some females. Jack, can you please stop skipping work, man? This is the 9th time I am covering for you. If the higher-ups were to know about this, they would immediately fire you. Sorry, brother, I just got married, so you know it's kind of hard to leave my wife home alone. The soldier replied with a satisfied smile. The first soldier rolled his eyes at the second soldier who had just returned from home. I wish I could also get married, but I cannot, as I have to pay my family's debts before I get married. Before I start a family, I want to finish paying all of my debts and then live a happy life in this kingdom. Just how much debt you have left anyway? I already have paid 1/5 of my family's total debt by working extra hours. I was able to save a lot of money when the food prices went down, and also the benefits that we get as soldiers. Yeah, I heard the soldiers from neighboring kingdoms don't get that many benefits. Even their monthly salaries are lower than ours. Not one can become as great as His Majesty. Not only he passed a law to give a 10% discount to all the soldiers and their families, but he also increased our salaries, which previously was 1 gold coin. Now our salaries are 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins. The second soldier leaned against the wall and looked at the clear blue sky. I can't believe how many the Eastern Kingdom has changed. I guess surrendering to the Eastern Kingdom was the best choice. His Majesty turned all the war prisoners into soldiers of the Eastern Kingdom. Aside from getting a 10% discount, we also get monthly grains, free health care, and also a pension of 100 royal gold coins after a service of 15 years. Under His Majesty, everyone is happy. When we worked as soldiers of the Zulux dynasty, the job of being soldiers felt more like a duty. We were only doing it because we had no other option of earning monthly income, but ever since I became a part of the Eastern Kingdom, I have had this deep desire to protect this kingdom. I am sure that even if I end up dead, His Majesty will take care of my family and make sure that my family never starves. Just like any other day, the soldiers were busy guarding the city walls. Right now, everyone was relaxing, talking to each other, and some even played games, as they knew no one would be bold enough to attack the capital of the Eastern Kingdom in broad daylight. No one in the city had expected this, even in their wildest dreams. Suddenly, a giant shadow blocked the sunlight. This made one of the soldiers glance up. When he looked up, his face turned deadly pale as his entire body trembled. Everyone, we're under attack. Can keep it up. So basically, Your Majesty went to the Silver Meadow Grove and captured these wild dragons and wyverns. Aditya nodded in response. After nodding his head, he glanced around once again, only to see everyone's shocked faces. A few minutes ago, when Aditya suddenly returned with 33 wild dragons and wyverns, the whole Azure City was in an uproar. No one knew what was happening. Many thought that Azure City was being attacked. The soldiers who were guarding the walls prepared for the battle after blowing the war trumpet. All of his generals, all the Dragonians who were in the city, and even some of the adventurers came out to fight. By the time Aditya realized that the sudden appearance of 33 wild dragons and wyverns has alerted everyone, the whole city was in a state of turmoil. Aditya had to come out and explain everything to Watson and others. Your Majesty, what are you planning on doing with all these wild dragons and wyverns? Watson asked in a low tone. He did not want anyone to hear their conversation. Aditya mysteriously smiled before he started walking towards the eastern entrance. I will tell you later. Watson nodded before ordering everyone to go back to their posts. As for the wild dragons and the wyverns, their Dragon Monarch had ordered them to stay outside the city for now and not attack anyone unless they were provoked. Who knows, some dumb adventurer might try to attack one of the wyverns, as wyverns' body parts had high value in the market. Your Majesty, you're saying that we are surrounded by enemies. Aditya did not tell Watson anything about his dream of the future nightmare. Watson, being the smart butler, easily was able to pick on the clues that Aditya left in his words. He did not have to explain things too deeply. Pretty much, everything is ready. The death of the current Nyland king will give this war the final push it needs. But this time, I am not interested in engaging these pathetic beings in a war. I will take matters into my own hands, but before that, I will have to ensure the safety of my kingdom. Also, one more thing: increase the security around the high-tide harbor city. Keep on sending scouts. If they find any strange movement from the sea, let me know as soon as possible. Watson simply nodded his head. By the way, Aditya walked back into the royal palace and sat down on the couch in the living room, while Watson naturally began pouring his king a cup of tea. I thought you have taken a few days off. Watson smiled as he elegantly poured the hot tea into the cup. Your Majesty, it was Lady Julia who asked me to return with the pills that she had made. These pills can heal the mana hearts of all the new slaves that His Highness has bought a while ago. I was planning on returning after giving these pills to you, but I could not find you anywhere in the royal palace. When I asked the maids and the servants if they knew where His Highness was, no one could reply. I was so worried. After knowing about the threat that was surrounding the Eastern Kingdom from 3 sides, Watson had discarded the plan of taking a few days off. To him, His Majesty and the Eastern Kingdom came first. How are Julia and others? Even though it only has been a few days since Aditya left, he felt as if a long time passed. Everyone is doing fine. Little Zack even pleaded to Lord Adam to come here with me, but Lord Adam refused to let him go. Aditya chuckled, remembering the little Zack. Your Majesty, can you please tell me what you were planning on doing with the wild dragon and wyverns? Watson was Aditya's right hand. Aditya had no problem telling his right-hand man his future plans. The Eastern Kingdom currently has 11 major cities, adding the newest high-tide harbor city. The Ziraka city already has 4 wyverns. One of the wyverns happens to be a beginner 4th-order powerhouse. The wyverns that previously swore their allegiance to Aditya were now protecting the Ziraka city and were working under Duke Zane. The 3rd-order wyvern had now managed to reach beginner 4th order with the high-level resources and pills that Aditya had given to the wyverns. The Ziraka city already has a high defense with 4 wyverns protecting it. As for the other 10 cities, I am going to use the wild dragons and the wyverns to enhance those cities' defense. These 11 cities were the main bone structure of the Eastern Kingdom. Safety of those cities was a great concern to Aditya. He cannot always be there to protect his kingdom, so his dragons are going to protect the city in his absence. Your Highness, I can sense dragon bloodline in this baby pup. Watson noticed that Aditya was been carrying this little white wolf pup in his arms ever since he returned. Yes, this baby wolf pup will be staying in the royal palace. I felt it would be dangerous to leave this little fellow outside in the wild. I am sure once this little fellow grows up, she will become a strong, mighty wolf of the Eastern Kingdom. Woof! As if understanding what Aditya was saying, the wolf pup barked in excitement. It looks like this she is very intelligent. Watson was surprised when he found that this little wolf was intelligent enough to comprehend their words. Normally, only a peak 2nd-order magical animal has the intelligence of an adult human. Watson, can you please go to the Seeker of Impurity Guild and ask the guild leader to come and see me for a meeting? All right. Watson then left the room while Aditya silently sipped the tea. When he was done with the whole cup of tea, he went to the training grounds and called Henry and other generals. "How can I help you, Your Majesty?" Right now Henry, Aditya, Amber, and other generals were overseeing the training of 7th Division soldiers. "I want you all to select the most loyal ones from your divisions. Before you select anyone, ask them if they are ready to gain this power and if they can handle the responsibility that comes with this great power. Understood? You all may now leave." Previously, Aditya only wanted to give this opportunity to the most loyal soldiers. He had no plans of giving his golden blood to any of his recruits. But after his nightmare, he again realized that his kingdom was relying too much on him, and that without him, anyone can defeat his kingdom. Although in a few more months, the power of the Eastern Kingdom will grow several folds, it was not enough. In a month and a half time, Aditya was going to leave this continent with the goddess of wealth, who is also the guild leader of the Seeker of Impurity. At that time, he won't be there to protect his kingdom. If he does not plant the seeds right now, then the safety of this kingdom will be threatened. The decision to create more Dragonians was made to nurture more strong cultivators. No Dragonians can betray Aditya, meaning that he won't have to worry about getting backstabbed either. An extremely handsome-looking man emerged from the seawater. The man was so handsome, every female who saw him instantly froze as their hearts began beating wildly. The women felt as if they were falling in love with their men. Some women even began blushing and panting just from looking at this man. The man had a gentle smile on his face. Even though he had just risen from the seawater, his body wasn't wet at all. In fact, pale white skin was dry. As the man walked toward the land, hundreds of soldiers stood opposite facing each other, forming a path for the man to walk. At the end of the path, the king of the Napoka kingdom was standing with a smile on his face. As the man from the sea stepped on the Napoka kingdom land, all the soldiers bowed their heads. They did not raise their heads till the man had passed past them. At this moment no one dared to make any noise. Even the male soldiers felt this man was too beautiful. "Welcome to the Napoka kingdom, Your Majesty." The Napoka kingdom king, Ethan, gave a small bow to greet the king of the deep sea palace. King Louis returned the greeting with a small bow. "Sir Louis, please come this way." King Ethan personally led the Louis of Deep Sea Palace to the luxurious royal carriage. After getting inside the royal carriage, King Ethan ordered his maid to bring the best wine in his kingdom. "Sir Ethan, I am sure you pretty much know the reason for my sudden visit." Ethan nodded his head with a smile. "We too have been bothered by the Eastern Kingdom. Our meeting will mark the alliance between two of our factions." Louis also nodded his head with a gentle smile, but deep down he was having different thoughts. "Foolish, greedy king, I never said that I was going to become your ally. I am only joining your hands to gain my footing on the land. Once I deal with the Eastern Kingdom, it won't be long before I snatch your kingdom as well." No one knew what lay behind that gentle smile on his face. "Can keep it up. Foolish, greedy king, I never said that I was going to become your ally. I am only joining your hands to gain my footing on the land. Once I deal with the Eastern Kingdom, it won't be long before I snatch your kingdom as well." No one knew what lay behind that gentle smile on his face. "King Ethan, have you ever thought of taking over the Nyland Kingdom?" These words from King Louis froze the smile that King Ethan had on his face. King Ethan stopped smiling while trying to find what Louis was thinking. "I will be straight. The reason I want to form an alliance with you is that I want the Eastern Kingdom. I want my revenge from the Eastern Kingdom for killing my men. I want to bring justice to my people. Of course, I plan to return you the territories that the Eastern Kingdom has forcefully taken from you." Louis stopped speaking and looked outside the carriage. Louis added the last part to keep King Ethan satisfied and also listened to what he was going to say next. "As you have said, if that idiot becomes the successor of the Nyland Kingdom, it won't be very difficult for us to take over the Nyland Kingdom." King Ethan looked at Louis in shock. "Your Majesty, no offense, but a fourth order is protecting the Nyland Kingdom. Ethan tried to remind Lewis that he cannot, against a fourth order. Lewis smiled and took a sip of red wine that was served by the maid after they entered the carriage. King Ethan, I think you're underestimating the power of Deep Sea Palace. Since I will be taking the Eastern Kingdom, I will compensate you by helping you take over the Nyland Kingdom. That idiot Arthur cannot defend the throne when I personally kill the fourth order powerhouse that is protecting their kingdom. King Louis, King Ethan, might be greedy and angry, but he wasn't stupid. He could not understand why the Deep Sea Palace wanted to allow the Napoca Kingdom to take over the Nyland Kingdom. Doing that will surround the Eastern Kingdom, which will become a territory of the Deep Sea Palace from two sides by the Napoca Kingdom. Ethan was sure that no king would want that to happen. Louis smiled as if he understood what King Ethan was thinking. If Sir Ethan is worried that I am going to attack your kingdom, then His Majesty is being worried for no reason. We, the mermaid race of the Deep Sea Palace, will never betray our friends. My interest only lies in the Eastern Kingdom and the Silver Meadow Grove. If I wanted the Napoca Kingdom, then I would have attacked your kingdom a long time ago. King Ethan realized what King Louis just said right now was true. If King Louis himself is strong enough to kill a fourth-order powerhouse, then just how powerful the Deep Sea Palace will be. Just King Louis himself could have taken over the entire Napoca Kingdom, but he did not do it. The way King Ethan looked at Louis changed. King Louis also felt the change and inwardly chuckled, knowing that his plan had worked. I can only thank His Highness, HMPH, as long as I have the backing of those people, even you can't do anything to me. Both kings had different plans and thoughts in their minds. One thing was sure from this upcoming war: the hidden party is going to benefit the most. While King Ethan of the Napoca Kingdom and the King Louis of Deep Sea Palace was having a meeting that would benefit both of them in this war, the Dragon King was going to do something that was going to shake the whole eastern region of the continent, the Paladin dynasty. Right now the Dragon Monarch was 1,000 meters above the capital city of the Paladin dynasty. The Paladin dynasty was one of the 13 kingdoms that had planned to attack the Eastern Kingdom. The Paladin Kingdom was located north of the Thera Kingdom. The name Paladin came when 12 paladins joined together to form this dynasty. It is said that the paladin of this dynasty was way stronger than regular soldiers. The only thing that this dynasty lacked was the money to train more paladins. Currently, the dynasty had over 1,000 paladins. Each paladin was a peak first-order cultivator. Today, I am here to drown this dynasty in blood. In the nightmare that Adria had seen, he remembered the faces of every king that stood behind King Ethan. Each time he thought of sparing the innocent and the civilians, the images of countless dead bodies from his nightmare flashed before his eyes. Storm manipulation. Today the weather is perfect. Why don't we go out drinking tonight? Sure, I don't mind going with you as long as you're paying. Why? You have no money. You already should know the answer, man. We barely get enough money to feed our families. Unlike you, my entire family is dependent on my earnings. Each month, all of my salaries are sent to my family. Sometimes I wish I could become the of the Eastern or the Nyland Kingdom. I heard that the soldiers from both kingdoms get high salaries each month along with benefits. I feel your pain. Compared to those big kingdoms, our kingdom is still underdeveloped in many ways. Becoming a soldier is probably the easiest and most popular job for men. If only the king changed his policies, then I would have started my own business instead of becoming a soldier. What would never happen? Do you even have any idea how much money the king receives each year from the corrupt nobles? The king knows that his nobles are doing illegal businesses, but he does not care as long as a percentage of the money is coming to his pocket. Life in the Paladin dynasty was very hard. The same thing could be said happening in other surrounding kingdoms and dynasties. These small kingdoms constantly waged war against each other, mainly to keep the population in check, so that these kingdoms never run out of food supplies and never had to buy food from other kingdoms. The Paladin dynasty's king was just like the other kings, who now had joined to attack the Istarian kingdom in hope of getting a piece of that large chunk of wealth that the Istarian kingdom has. The territories of these small kingdoms regularly keep on changing. Today the Paladin kingdom extends its borders. A week later it wouldn't be surprising if the Paladin kingdom loses its territories. This part of the region was always at war. As a result, these 13 kingdoms never got the chance or the money to develop their kingdoms. Some of the kings did want to develop their territories, knowing the benefits of having an advanced kingdom. Even if one king did not want a war, the neighboring kingdoms would not stop attacking them. This kept the flames of war going for many decades. It wouldn't be wrong to call these 13 kingdoms chaotic lands, the land of war, because of the never-ending looking wars and conflicts between these small kingdoms. The 13 kingdoms became a place where criminals from big kingdoms like the Istarian or the Nai land, or the Napoka kingdom, fled. Even some of the kings supported the criminal activities for their personal gain. Today was just like every other day. The people of the Paladin dynasty were working hard. It had become mandatory for normal people to also pay a small number of their earnings if they wanted to survive. The people that refused to pay money to the gangs were captured and sold off as slaves. Hey, you should look at the sky. It seems a storm is going to come. The sky of the Paladin dynasty started getting covered with black clouds containing red lightning. Strong winds from the east were blowing over the dynasty. At this moment, no one had any idea that their Paladin dynasty was under attack. In a few minutes, the dark clouds containing red lightning took over the sky. The sunlight was blocked. The blue azure sky disappeared. Now the entire sky was filled with red lightning and dark clouds. Strong eastern winds from the sea were making things even worse. Your Majesty, one of the personal and most trusted butlers of the Paladin dynasty king, opened the door to the king's bedroom without the king's permission. Bang! Cairo, why are you bothering me during my private times? You better have a good reason for coming in, otherwise today I am going to personally kill you. The butler looked at the naked woman who was covering herself with a white blanket. The butler bowed his head to the king. I apologize for interrupting you, but your Majesty, you must see this. Seeing this butler this serious, the king felt something was wrong. The fat king, who was only wearing pink shorts, walked to the balcony with his butler. I don't see anything wrong here. The king looked here and there and found nothing was wrong. His kingdom was standing, the people were working, his money was coming. And not only that, he was having his best time with his general's wife. Nothing was wrong. Your Majesty, please look up. The butler's face already had turned pale as if he had seen the god of death. His entire body was trembling. It was taking his all to just say these words. Do you think there is a dragon in the sky? The king mocked his butler, seeing him looking so shaken up. When the king raised his head to look up, his fat legs become weak. He felt as if his entire body had lost the strength to keep standing. What? When did we offend the gods? If not his butler had supported his back, the fat king would have fallen down. Right now both he and his butler was looking at the sky with a terrified look. I think the gods are punishing us. The butler replied. Both refused to even think of the possibility of someone controlling what they were seeing. This has to be the wrath of heaven. To their logic, even the strongest cultivator in the world cannot do something like this. At this moment, it was not just the king, the soldiers, the proud paladins, slaves, maids, servants, nobles, criminals, thugs, gangsters, ordinary peoples, merchants, adventurers. Nowhere who it was. They all looked pale and completely frightened. The Dragon Monarch stood 1,000 meters above the sky. As the Dragon Monarch raised his right hand to command his attack to descend and destroy. Feel pain, can keep it up. Huge bolts of red lightning started joining together. At this moment, 100,000 had set their eyes on the sky. The people were trembling, praying to every god they could think of, running in every direction just to escape from this calamity. The situation was so worse that the soldiers, the guards, and even the criminal that previously said that they were going to offer their protection to the people were running away. From the sky, the Dragon King could see ant-sized beings running here and there. Behind him, 1,000 bolts of red lightning had started taking the shape of a dragon. The dragon's body looked like the body of a snake. The red lightning constantly created cracking sounds which were heard even in the neighboring kingdoms. The strong gust of air that blew from the east and the black clouds that had covered the sky of the Paladin dynasty made the people think if the day of judgment had arrived. No matter where they run or how much they run, no one was able to escape from the wrath of the heavens. No matter where they hide, even the most safest place in the capital felt unsafe. The magical beast that was used for domestic purposes seems to have gone crazy. They shook their bodies. They desperately jumped here and there, trying to tear the rope that tied them and escape. The mighty and proud Paladin army that had the second most power after the king himself was looking pale and weak in front of the wrath of heaven. A few seconds later, a humongous-sized dragon was standing behind the Dragon Monarch. The dragon's entire body was made from crimson lightning that directly came from heaven itself. The dragon did not have wings, rather it had the body of a snake. The crimson lightning dragon excitedly moved its giant and long tail as if showing everyone that it was alive. From this day onward, there will be no more of the Paladin dynasty. Paladin dynasty clearly heard these words that seemingly have come from heaven. This is the wrath of the Dragon Monarch. Go, it's coming, we're dead for sure. The last thing that the people of the Paladin dynasty capital saw was a crimson bright flash of light that blinded their sight for a second. In the next second, something hit them which had shaken the entire eastern region of the continent. The neighboring kingdoms that shared borders with the Paladin dynasty were the Iverian dynasty, Drural Kingdom, the Thera Kingdom, and the Kura dynasty. All four kingdoms' people were able to hear the loud explosion. Iverian dynasty, Drural Kingdom, Thera Kingdom, and the Kura dynasty, the four kingdoms' land started shaking as if a great earthquake has come. In a few seconds, the explosion reached the ears of millions of beings that lived in these four small kingdoms. Meanwhile, the condition of the Paladin dynasty was completely at the hand of nature. When the 1,000 meters long giant crimson lightning dragon struck the capital city of the Paladin dynasty, a loud thunderous explosion took place. Following the explosion, a huge mushroom cloud of smoke and dust rose in the air. The mushroom cloud was so big that even people from other kingdoms were able to see it clearly. The shockwave from the attack itself killed more than 10,000. All the small villages and towns that were built within a 15 km radius of the capital were instantly destroyed by the shockwave. Ding! You have killed a peak second-order paladin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a peak second-order paladin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a mid-phase second-order paladin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a peak phase second-order paladin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a peak second-order paladin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! Aditya simply ignored the constant messages from the system. He stood 1,000 meters above the sky and coldly looked at the deep crater which used to be a big bustling city a few minutes ago. There wasn't any emotion on his face. The Dragon Monarch killed the people as if he was crushing insects. There is no mercy in war. You did the same thing to my people. I just repaid the favor. Aditya was never a hero from the beginning. Being a politician, his hands were already dirty from the beginning, even though he always tried to not involve the innocent. He was never trying to become the hero. He was a selfish person who put his interest and his kingdom above all. Before breaking through beginner third order and obtaining the divine bloodline, Aditya simply had no interest in attacking one of the 13 small kingdoms that lay beyond the Thera kingdom. Aditya also wouldn't have touched the Napoka kingdom as he had given King Ethan his promise that he won't take any initiative to start a war against his kingdom. I said, I wasn't going to take the initiative. Knowing your character, I knew back then that you were going to start a war. This is the end of the Paladin dynasty. 12. Actually 15 more to go. Aditya included the Nyland, the Napoka, and the Deep Sea Palace. All 3 forces in. His hit list. Where is he? I can't believe he is making me wait 2 hours now. Milady, please, calm down. I apologize on behalf of His Majesty. I think His Majesty must have a good reason to suddenly leave the royal palace without informing anyone. Watson tried his best to calm Alicia. At this moment the goddess of wealth did not look happy at all. The reason for her unhappiness was obviously because of her husband in name, the man who changed the entire Eastern Kingdom. Watson, do you even know just how valuable my time is? Kings will have to wait days just to get the opportunity to meet me. My time is extremely valuable. As the goddess of wealth, Alicia valued every single second. Just to meet her for a few minutes, even 5th-tier faction leaders would have to wait for days. Yet this man named Aditya had made her wait for more than 2 hours. Alicia was furious about it. She has never waited for anyone this long. If any of her business partners had dared to make her wait this long, she would simply cancel their deals and would never work with that party again. 2. Alicia, time is wealth. Milady, I once again deeply apologize. Please wait a little longer. I am sure His Majesty should return soon. Alicia rolled her eyes at Watson. You have been saying the same lines to me for the last 2 hours. Alicia clearly was dissatisfied. Even if the person that she was supposed to meet happened to be her husband in name, Alicia simply wasn't willing to waste that much time. What should I do? Watson wiped the sweat on his forehead. Right now, Alicia had tensed Watson so much that even a third order like him was sweating nervously. I am back. Hearing the familiar voice, Watson suddenly felt as if the weight on his shoulders have been lifted. He relaxed as he smiled, looking at Alicia. His master was in charge of handling the goddess's anger. His duty here was done. Watson silently, without making even a little bit of noise, left the living room, while Aditya just entered the room. Mr. Aditya, you got some nerves making the leader of the Seeker of Impurity wait for 2 long hours. Looking at her cold smile, Aditya knew that he was screwed. Aditya had completely forgotten about the meeting and had left to take care of the Paladin dynasty. However, as a former politician, the Dragon King knew how to handle this kind of situation. He looked calm. He normally sat on the opposite couch while giving Alicia a gentle smile. I apologize for making you wait. I wonder what sort of excuse you're going to give me for being late. Alicia knew that this man won't tell her where he had gone. Aditya picked up the teacup after pouring himself a cup of tea. My goddess, I had gone to Silver Meadow Grove to the miraculous heart-shaped herb that will make your heart only mine. PTFF. Ha. Now that was actually a nice joke. The goddess could not stop herself from laughing, without her even realizing it. The anger that she previously held against Aditya had vanished from her heart. What? I am being serious. I really went to find the miraculous, heart-shaped herb for my wife. This time Alicia froze. She stopped smiling and seriously looked at Aditya. I am not your wife, Alicia replied back in a cold and in a threatening tone. Seeing the goddess of wealth this serious, Aditya felt like rolling his eyes. He obviously was joking with her. Guild leader, I never call you my wife. Besides, who would want someone like you as a wife? Don't misunderstand me, you really lack the feminine touch that a girl needs to have to attract men. My Julia is 100 times better looking than you. Aditya suddenly felt that he had said too much, seeing the goddess trembling while trying to hold her anger. Can keep it up. I am not your wife, Alicia replied back in a cold and in a threatening tone. Seeing the goddess of wealth this serious, Aditya felt like rolling his eyes. He obviously was joking with her. Guild leader, I never call you my wife. Besides, who would want someone like you as a wife? Don't misunderstand me, you really lack the feminine touch that a girl needs to have to attract men. My Julia is 100 times better looking than you. Aditya suddenly felt that he had said too much, seeing the goddess trembling while trying to hold her anger. Guild leader, please calm down. Getting angry is not good for girls' health. I heard that those who easily get angry develop wrinkles on their faces at an early age. Alicia took a deep breath to calm herself. She was the most beautiful woman on the continent of Westnia. The goddess of wealth's beauty isn't anything less than Julia's. Both girls were exceptionally beautiful. Alicia knew that Aditya was only joking with her, but for some reason when he indirectly called her ugly, she could not stop herself from getting angry. Your Majesty, I am sure you must have a reason for asking me to come today. In other words, the goddess of wealth was holding a grudge against the Dragon King. He understood that given how formally she was addressing him, Alicia was also indirectly telling him to not waste any more time and tell her what he wants. But Aditya did not reply. Immediately, he sipped some tea while looking at Alicia with a small smile. Never did he think that his joking would anger the seemingly perfect-looking goddess Alicia this much. At first, when Aditya met her, he felt Alicia was someone who had complete control over her emotion, given the way she controlled her emotions and kept herself calm and collected all the time. This meeting was their third meeting. Aditya realized that his second wife in the name is not just a cold workaholic president. Alicia had other emotions that she did not show to others. For example, the guild leader getting angry is a very rare thing. Miss Alicia, why don't you try this tea? I am sure you will love it. Alicia felt like leaving hearing his question. While waiting for 2 hours, she had more than 5 cups of tea. Now this man dared to ask her to drink more tea. Your Highness, I would really appreciate it if you just tell me what you want. I have other works to do. Alicia's tone was impatient. She wanted to go back. Wasting 2 hours was already too much for her. She did not wish to waste more time. Since the guild leader is in hurry, then I won't waste your time any longer, Aditya said as he put the teacup on the table. Finally, Alicia sighed in relief. I want 11 Satterhorn 100 top-grade mana stones, 11 liters of unicorn's fresh blood. Hearing the name of the things that the king wanted, Alicia couldn't help but raise her eyebrow in surprise. Your Majesty, are you perhaps planning on building city defensive barriers? Alicia knew that these items were used to build city defensive barriers and to make teleportation arrays. Aditya noticed that Alicia now had regained her former calmness. Yes, I am planning on building defensive barriers and also teleportation arrays. Aditya did not hide this from Alicia. He was planning on upgrading the Eastern Kingdom with defensive barriers, using teleportation arrays to connect all the cities of the Eastern Kingdom. Can I ask a personal question? Go ahead. Who is going to make defensive barriers and teleportation arrays? Alicia had heard from Julia that Aditya was good at runes, but his rune skills weren't good enough to draw 3-star rune spells. What if I said I am going to build defensive barriers and teleportation arrays? This time the goddess could not remain calm. But I heard you were a 2-star rune master around a month ago. Alicia knew that even the genius rune master would take an entire year to reach a 3-star rank. But here this man was, claiming that he can make 3-star rune spells. Believe it or not, I am not lying. Aditya did not explain anything in detail. Whether she believes in his words or not, Aditya does not care. All right, but getting those materials will take some time. Aditya did not reply. He stared at the goddess with a smile. As seconds passed in silence, his stare was starting to make the goddess uncomfortable. Why are you staring at me? Miss Alicia, your guild is spread almost every corner of the continent. I am sure your guild has personal teleportation arrays that allow you and your guild members to move around. Getting those materials should be the easiest thing for you. Aditya suspected that the Seeker of Impurity had private teleportation arrays. When he heard that Alicia managed to get the heart of the peak 6th Order Lightning Forest deer within a day, you knew, Alicia asked in a surprised tone. I was 80% sure of it, but now I am 100% sure. All right, but using the teleportation array to get these materials will going to cost more. I don't mind. Right now I am not lacking in money. I want all the materials before tomorrow afternoon. It will be a little difficult to complete the task in such short time, but I will do it. But know this, I am not giving you any discount just because we know each other. Business is business. Aditya nodded his head. Right now he had millions in his pocket. The safety of his kingdom mattered more than money. Rather than saving his money, he would invest it to make his kingdom even stronger. All right, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Alicia was about to leave, but then Aditya's words stopped her. Goddess, since I have promised you to help you, why don't you help me a little? The goddess instantly understood what he wanted. If you're looking for information about other kingdoms, then I have to apologize. The seeker of impurity does not work for any kingdom. Aditya was not the first king to ask her for something like this. Many other kings and nobles also have tried to gain the support of the guild, but all have failed. Julia's purpose was to do business, not get involved in politics. Goddess, why don't you help me this time? I will help you out in the future when you need my help. I only need you to keep an eye on the Nyland kingdom. I want you to inform me of the changes taking place within that kingdom. Aditya was not surprised when Alicia rejected his offer without even wanting to listen to his words, but he still wanted to give it a try. Aditya, can you please stop addressing me using goddess? All right, I want to know your answer. For the next 5 minutes, the goddess fell into deep silence. After thinking for a while, the goddess shook her head. Aditya, I mean no disrespect, but neither I nor the Seeker of Impurity Guild will get involved in any politics. My intention is to do business. What if I tell you that some secret forces are targeting me and my kingdom? What if I tell you that as soon as the Nyland king dies, 15 kingdoms are going to attack the Eastern kingdom? Alicia widened her eyes hearing Aditya's words. The next day, the news of what that has happened to the Paladin dynasty spread in every direction. All the kings were frightened by what had happened to the Paladin dynasty. It was found that 1 out of 3 of the total Paladin dynasty was destroyed and turned into a gigantic crater. Some people claimed that more than 500,000 of people have been killed. No one knew anything about the culprit. The only thing that everyone knew was the crimson lightning that descended from heaven in the form of a dragon. The news was so shocking that King Ethan, King Louis, and other kings who secretly had formed an alliance had to call for an urgent meeting. No one suspected Aditya to do this, as everyone knew that the Eastern king did not have crimson lightning power. One other thing that made King Ethan and King Louis call for the urgent meeting was the fact that King Aditya had bought 33 powerful wild dragons and wyverns. According to the news, more than half of the wild dragons and the wyverns were beginner 4th order. This news worried everyone except for the Deep Sea Palace King. The Nyland King also got the news. He sent a letter to Aditya to explain about these wild dragons and wyverns. Aditya, of course, lied. He came up with a lame excuse. Even if the Nyland King knew that Aditya was lying, they had no choice but to accept it, as the current Eastern kingdom had surpassed them in military power. Meanwhile, Aditya got busy in making defensive barriers and teleportation arrays in all of his 11 cities. It took him a total of 15 days to complete the whole project. On the 15th day, Aditya got some unfortunate news from the Nyland kingdom. Honestly, the news did not surprise him. The Nyland king, who has ruled the Nyland kingdom and protected it for many decades, has passed away. Just like Aditya had seen in his nightmare, it seems Nyland king's son, Prince Arthur, managed to become the next king. Can keep it up. Nyland kingdom. Now I shall officially place the Nyland kingdom crown on King Arthur's head, sitting on the throne which previously belonged to his father. The throne, which previously had many owners in the past, was now owned by Arthur Berry, prince and son of Mark Vega, the deceased Nyland king. Sitting on the golden throne, Prince Arthur, the handsome man, looked at the others with a small smile on his face. Right now his dream of becoming the king was going to be fulfilled. He had become the official king of the Nyland Kingdom, and with that, no one was going to stop him anymore. I already have asked them to take care of my other brothers, while I sit on the throne of Nyland King and get the crown of the king. My brothers are dying in the hands of those people. Now one knew what was going on in King Arthur's head. No one had expected King Arthur to become the next king. Even if the people knew what King Arthur did to become the king, they can't do anything to him now. Though I kind of regret it. For my bright future, I had to kill my father. Prince Arthur had poisoned his father to death. It was a strong type of poison bought from the main continent. The poison could even kill a peak fifth order. To make people believe that his father had a natural death, Arthur asked those people to place some powerful curses on his father. If he had not placed those curses on the former Nyland king, the old man could have easily gone on to live for another 100 years. But Arthur simply did not want to wait that long. He got the opportunity. The death of his father not only gave him the throne, but also removed the alliance that the Nyland Kingdom had with the Eastern Kingdom. With the death of the Nyland King, everyone is going to target the Eastern Kingdom. When the Napoka and other allied kingdoms will attack the Eastern Kingdom, I will also send my troops from the west. I bet King Aditya wasn't going to expect this betrayal from the Nyland Kingdom. Inwardly, Arthur could only imagine the look on King Aditya's face when he learns that the Nyland Kingdom has betrayed them. I will also ask my men to get rid of the nobles that were previously supported by brothers. I cannot let those snakes live like that. I will kill them and their family. Arthur previously had asked those nobles to switch sides and work for him, but they refused and kept on supporting his brothers. Arthur watched as the Prime Minister walked the stairs with the golden crown with a smile. This was his dream. How many times he had imagined himself getting crowned as the king of the Nyland Kingdom. How many sleepless nights he has spent trying to come up with a perfect plan to eliminate his brothers and become the king. Today, I get to enjoy the result of my years of hard work. While remembering about the people who helped him behind the scenes, Arthur's eyes turned colder. Those people have dared to treat like slaves. The king of the Nyland Kingdom was treated like slaves by a bunch of nobodies. After I deal with those nobles, soon I will deal with the League of the Black Tomb. Arthur closed his eyes as his entire body trembled in emotions. He cannot describe how excited he felt today. On the path to becoming the king, he had to make some personal sacrifices, like the death of his father and his brothers. All this was worth it as he finally had managed to accomplish his dream. Mark Vega, the former Nyland king, passed away last night. Prince Arthur did not even wait a full day. He soon announced himself as the king. No one questioned Arthur's rule, as the powerful people who were dissatisfied with Arthur being the king were secretly killed by the members of the League of the Black Tomb. At the same time, the army of the Napoka Kingdom, the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom, and the other 12 kingdoms began to march forward to the Eastern Kingdom. The Paladin dynasty was already in ruins. The dynasty no longer existed. Aditya's attack had killed all the members of the dynasty. The Paladin dynasty's land was also very badly destroyed. No kingdom or dynasty wanted to take over that former Paladin dynasty's land. The Eastern king will have no choice but to kneel and surrender himself. We will not stop until we take over every corner of the Eastern Kingdom. No one can stop us now. King Ethan and King Louis, followed by the other 12 kings, were currently riding horses. While riding horses, the kings heard the words of the soldiers. The soldiers were full of confidence. The combined army of 14 factions was over 1 million. Just the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom had bought over 500,000 troops, while the Napoka Kingdom had the second highest number of troops, which was 150,000 troops. King Ethan did not stop there. Aside from bringing all of his troops, he also used his money to hire 100,000 troops from the State of Mercenaries. The State of Mercenaries was an independent powerhouse that mainly trained soldiers and lent them to kingdoms in exchange for money. The state of mercenaries had sent 100,000 soldiers to help him with the war against the Eastern Kingdom. Honestly, the state of mercenaries felt that bringing more than 1 million troops just to face a third-tier kingdom is too much. Even 500,000 troops would be more than enough to crush the Eastern Kingdom that just recently rose. Of course, the state of mercenaries did not share their thoughts with King Ethan. To them, money is what mattered the most. The state of mercenaries was one of those factions that earned big profits during the time of the warfare. However, there was one major flaw in using the soldiers from the state of mercenaries. Unlike regularly trained soldiers, the soldiers from the state of mercenaries were not loyal. It was normal for them to flee from the battle if they find themselves in a disadvantageous situation. This is what made many kings hesitate from buying soldiers from the state of mercenaries, but King Ethan wasn't worried at all. He knew that the soldiers he had bought from flee, but he wasn't too worried. Even if the Eastern Kingdom has gotten stronger, can the Dragon King fight against an army of more than millions? Can the Eastern King take on their fourth and fifth order powerhouse? How long the Eastern troops will last against an army of more than millions? So in total, right now the Napoca Kingdom had over 250,000 troops. Almost all of the troops were highly trained and were peak first-order cultivators. All the troops were provided with the best armor and weapon, while the combined army of 12 kingdoms was around 480,000. So the total number of troops that the Eastern Kingdom was going to face was 1,230,000. 1,230,000. Not only that, the 500,000 troops that King Louis bought were far superior and stronger compared to other troops. There were thousands of second orders and hundreds of third orders. In the history of the Eastern region, this is the first time that 14 factions have formed an alliance together just to take down on kingdom that is not even a fourth-tier powerhouse. This has never happened even in the whole history of the Dying Isle continent. I would really like to see how the Eastern Kingdom that now rumored to have over 200,000, 200,000 troops will stand against the army of 1,230,000, 1,230,000. King Ethan had an arrogant expression on his face. Everyone except King Louis felt that King Ethan had every right to be arrogant. Sir Ethan, I think you have asked the wrong question. The question should be how the Eastern Kingdom will survive an attack from 1,230,000. 1,230,000 troops. King Ethan couldn't help but smile hearing King Louis's words. Over the 15 days, the relationship between the two kings has gotten really well. King Louis has helped the Napoca Kingdom in many ways. The Deep Sea Palace has sold rare materials that are found under the sea to the Napoca Kingdom at a cheap price. King Louis personally sent several powerful third orders to protect the Napoca Kingdom. King Ethan felt King Louis and the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom's sincerity. Right now, the Napoca Kingdom had no problem with the Deep Sea Palace taking over the Eastern Kingdom. Can keep it up. The movement of such a massive army will naturally gain the attraction of the whole Eastern region. Every other faction that was not involved, neither with the Eastern Kingdom nor with the Napoca Kingdom, had their eyes on the war. No one, literally not even a single person, in the Eastern region of the continent believed that the Eastern Kingdom can come out of this fight unless some external factor helps them. They doubted that even if the Nyland land and the Thera Kingdom send all of their forces to help the Eastern Kingdom, it will still not be enough. The army of 1,200,000 was currently in the Napoca Kingdom. The army was going to attack the Eastcliff region, which previously belonged to the Napoca Kingdom. Under the pressure of King Vega and Aditya, Ethan had no choice but to give up a large chunk of his territory to the Eastern Kingdom. Everyone, regardless of their social status or their class or their race, knew that the Eastcliff region is going to become the center of the war. Obviously, before the army came, the civilians started evacuating to the Vrain city, which was ruled by Duke Sarlis Marvin. one of Aditya's most trusted men. The distance between the Eastcliff region and Vrain City was big. It would take more than 7 days of walking to reach Vrain City. Aditya had no choice let the public use the teleportation array to take refuge in the Vrain City. Knowing that a large population was going to head to the Vrain City, Aditya had sent large amounts of food, water, and tents for the people. The city obviously wasn't big enough to give a home to hundreds of thousands. Instead, Aditya had no choice but to let the migrated people stay outside the city. Of course, the civilian was going to be given 3 meals per day with water and shelter. The process of sending more than 100,000 people to Vrain City was anything but easy. One night before King Vega was about to die, Aditya's spies found that a big army was moving toward the Ne-Poka kingdom. He instantly knew what the enemy was aiming for. They had planned on starting with the Eastcliff region. After taking over the Eastcliff region, they wanted to take over the Vrain City under Duke Sarlis and then the capital, the Azure City. Of course, Aditya wasn't going to allow that to happen. The very same night, he marched all of his troops to the Eastcliff region. Aditya also ordered Duke Sarlis, Duke Zane, and other nobles to send their armies through teleportation arrays. As for how his nobles will defend their territory if in case the Nyland Kingdom decides to attack, for that very reason, Aditya had sent 24th-order wild dragons and wyverns combined, reporting, "Your Majesty, by now almost 80% of the civilians living in the Eastcliff was been evacuated." Aditya nodded while looking at the map of the Eastcliff region. The Eastcliff region had a population of over 140,000. However, the region did not have any major big cities. Rather, the region had over 3 newly formed cities and 11 towns and many, almost thousands of scattered villages. Sigh. If possible, I would have liked to evacuate 100% of the civilians. The people that lived in Aditya's kingdom were under his protection. It was his duty as the king to protect and also provide for his people. Your Majesty, it not like we could do anything about it. We couldn't have evacuated more than 100,000 people if you had not made a teleportation array. The main problem is that we could not evacuate the people living in the villages. It was impossible for the army to go to every village in the Eastcliff region and bring them here to evacuate within this short time. Aditya nodded his head with a helpless smile. Currently, Aditya and most of his troops were waiting in Greycott City. When Aditya took over the Eastcliff region, he planted the seeds to turn Greycott City into one of the major cities of the Eastern Kingdom. Adding Greycott City to the list of 11 major cities of the Eastern Kingdom, he expanded the size of Greycott City almost by 4 times. To attract more people, he had to make some special rules and reforms for this city. Not only that, Aditya even placed an army of 10,000 to guard and also maintain the order of the city. Over the last 15 days, Aditya was busy building defensive barriers and teleportation arrays for the 11 major cities. As soon as he came to Greycott City, he sent out an announcement to his people to evacuate. While his troops helped in bringing people from faraway places, Aditya managed to build a teleportation array. I just hope we can keep the casualties number minimum. In a war, it was inevitable that people from both sides are going to die, especially in these kinds of wars, where the number of soldiers that were going to participate in this war is almost 1.5 million. Regardless of which side won the war, a huge number of troops were going to die today. You have done everything in your power to help the people during these 15 days. You worked day and night to build protective barriers for your people. I just hope that this war ends soon so that you can take some rest. The one who spoke these words was obviously the goddess of alchemy. Julia returned once she heard that another war is going to happen. Even when Aditya and others tried to pursue her to stay back and not come, the stubborn goddess came anyway. Right after she returned, she healed the crippled hearts of the slaves Aditya previously bought. She also started making various kinds of pills with the high-quality ingredients that she bought with her. Now that Aditya had built teleportation arrays, traveling has been very easy for her. If she needs any materials, she can just go back and buy them from there. Not only that, but when Julia returned, Adam made sure to give his son-in-law and his daughter tons of alchemy resources. With these resources, it wouldn't be hard for Julia to make at least 100 2-star healing pills. Right now, Aditya, his generals Watson, Duke Sarlis, Duke Zane, Alicia, and Julia were having a meeting in a room. Aditya, Watson, Duke Sarlis, and Duke Zane all helplessly smiled hearing the princess's words. Obviously, the princess did not know that the real paperwork is going to start once this war ends. Even if Aditya wanted to take a rest, he simply couldn't. "Don't worry, I am taking good care of my health." Aditya was lying, of course. Watson knew it very well. After all, his first duty was to serve his master. If Aditya was still a normal human from the earth, then his body already would have collapsed from working day and night without taking any rest. Ever since he had the nightmare of the future, he stopped sleeping. While during daytime Aditya went through paperwork, at nighttime he was busy with enchanting armor and weapons with runes. These armor and weapons were going to be used by his generals and his Dragonians. "Can you guys stop flirting? We're having an important meeting here." To the eyes of others, it looked like Julia and Aditya were being romantic. Since the majority of the members sitting in this room were single, they felt sour feeling the king openly being romantic. "HMPH, I was just worried about Aditya. By the way, who invited you to this meeting?" Others also had the same question. Who was this woman and why did the king allow her to attend this meeting? As far as they can remember, this woman wasn't a part of the Eastern Kingdom. Her name is Alicia. She is the guild leader of Seeker of Impurity. Aditya explained while looking at the map what she is: the owner and also the founder of the Seeker of the Impurity Guild. Duke Sarlis and Zane had a shocked reaction. As for Aditya's generals, only Amber had seen her in the past when Alicia had come to meet Aditya. At that time, Amber only assumed that she was a normal merchant or something like that. She wasn't even that interested in knowing the identity of the woman who covered her face with a veil all the time. "I don't want anything that we have discussed in this room to be heard by others. The identity of the guild leader is also a top secret. I only that you all as I have come to trust you." Everyone, except for Julia and Watson, seriously nodded their heads. Only Julia was rolling her eyes. She looked at Alicia, who was sitting next to her, and wondered what reaction they will have if they learn that she is the goddess of alchemy, while this woman who hides her face under a veil is the goddess of wealth. "Can keep it up. I don't want anything that we have discussed in this room to be heard by others. The identity of the guild leader is also a top secret. I only that you all as I have come to trust you." Everyone except for Julia and Watson seriously nodded their heads. Only Julia was rolling her eyes. She looked at Alicia, who was sitting next to her, and wondered what reaction they will have if they learn that she is the goddess of alchemy, while this woman who hides her face under a veil is the goddess of wealth. Aditya hasn't told anyone about Julia's identity. To them, Julia is a mysterious alchemist who is in love with the king, even though she tries her best to deny it or show it in front of others. At this point, even the soldiers who guard the royal palace know that Lady Julia is in love with the king. They had seen the king and the alchemist Lady Julia walk out of the royal palace many times before. "By the way, where is Leo?" Just as Aditya asked Watson about Leo, the whole room descended into silence until someone pushed open the door and walked in. "Your Majesty, I have returned." Compared to the past, Leo has grown a lot. The boy who had the same hair color as Aditya and made others doubt if Leo was really Aditya's little brother kneeled before the king. "Stand up and report what you have found." For some reason, Leo today looked very excited. He was so excited that his body was slightly shaking while kneeling in front of Aditya. Looking at this boy, Julia couldn't help but sigh. This boy was too thirsty for blood. His desire for revenge was turning him into a bloodthirsty machine. Julia is sure that only the existence of his sister is what that was keeping him from becoming a devil. Meanwhile, Sarlis, Zane, and other generals looked at each other seeing Leo. They have seen Leo many times in the royal palace and around His Majesty. They all looked at each other and wondered, maybe Leo is His Majesty's little brother. Both men had the same hair color. While Aditya's hair was dark blue, Leo's hair was light blue. The Greycott city has been cleared, though some people were reluctant to leave, but in the end we have completed our task. In Leo's eyes there was only one emotion, and that was coldness. It was very rare for the boy to show some other emotion besides being cold and stern. Good job, now you can take your seat. After nodding his head, Leo took the seat next to Watson. Everyone noticed that Leo was close to the old man, even though his expression remained cold. Even his little sister was very friendly with Watson and always asked the butler to play with her. Alicia, do you have any idea what is going on in the Nyland Kingdom? That day when Aditya had asked Alicia to work with him, she refused his offer. But after he explained about the enemies that were aiming to bury the Eastern Kingdom, the goddess finally was convinced. The seeker of impurity was present in Nyland, Napoka, and other 12 kingdoms. With Alicia's help, Aditya easily knew what was going on within the other neighboring kingdoms. I heard that Prince Arthur is going to take the throne today and will be crowned as the Nyland king. Not only that, but I also heard that today morning one of his brothers has been killed from being poisoned. Since Alicia and Aditya were working today, Aditya naturally included her in the meeting room. Even a fool can tell that it was Arthur who killed his brother. Aditya wouldn't be surprised if he heard that in the following days, his other siblings also has been found dead. But I want to know how a prince, who had the lowest political support in the Nyland Kingdom, managed to become the king. As far as I knew, Prince Arthur actually was the least favorite to become the next king. I even heard strong rumors regarding the king having a strong interest in making his third son the next king. Duke Sarlis also had kept an eye on the Nyland Kingdom, knowing that the Fortier Kingdom could become a threat to them. I have heard that when the Zulux dynasty was taken over, it was Arthur who proposed the idea of attacking the Eastern Kingdom and taking over all the territories of your kingdom. The king obviously rejected the idea, as he knew that starting a war right when he is in a critical stage of finding a suitable successor might not be the best idea for his kingdom's future. The kingdom was already divided internally. Each prince had the support of some of the nobles, so it was not difficult to know why Mark Vij refused to start a war. Actually, King Arthur is doing me a big favor by eliminating his brothers. I will personally attack the Nyland Kingdom and rip off his head. This is a promise. Aditya had 3 main targets. One was King Louis, the second was King Ethan, and the third was Arthur, the new king of the Nyland Kingdom. Watson knew that his master was dead serious. This time, he would have asked his king to rethink twice, but he knows how mighty his king is. When he went back to the Honard family, he learned the crazy things that his king has done. Right now, Watson believed that as long as his king was here, everything was possible. Nathan, when will the army step inside the Eastcliff region? Aditya coldly asked. Unlike Leo's coldness, Aditya's coldness was filled with murderous intent. The killing intent in his tone made Nathan slightly shiver. Your Majesty, the army will step in the Eastcliff region, probably in an hour. I see. Then I shall personally prepare to welcome them. I swear on my dragon bloodline not even a single soldier will be spared. Without Aditya and others realizing it, the sky above them started turning dark as dark clouds covered the sky. It seems Aditya's emotions were influencing the weather. However, after a few minutes, all the dark clouds started disappearing. After a moment, Aditya calmed down. Losing his calm wasn't really the best way to tackle this kind of situation. All right, let's continue with our meeting. Your Majesty, the supreme commander of this huge army, was none other than King Ethan. All the joined powers agreed to let King Ethan lead this army. However, this wouldn't have been possible if King Louis had not supported Ethan first. Many kings had even thought of making King Louis the supreme commander, as he had bought 500,000 troops alone. They felt that King Louis deserved to become the supreme commander because of his strength. We're going to step inside the Eastern border. Normally, the border would have been heavily guarded, but this time the border was not guarded. There was no guard, as Aditya called all the guards to participate in the war. Just as the army stepped into the Eastcliff region, King Louis started feeling as if someone was watching. He had this uneasy feeling. His gut was telling him that something was wrong here. Seeing King Louis looking restless and uneasy, King Ethan couldn't help but feel worried. After all, he wouldn't want to lose his precious ally. "Sir Louis, are you feeling okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Since King Louis was from the merman race and belonged to the sea, Ethan felt Louis was feeling uncomfortable mainly because of staying away from the water. "Sir Ethan, I am not feeling uncomfortable or anything. My instinct is telling me that something is coming, but I can't sense anything." King Louis's instincts are what that has helped to survive hundreds of life and death situations. Whenever he is in danger, he would feel restless. It was also at the same time the Dragon Monarch was around 9,000 meters above the sky. The Dragon Monarch could be seen wearing black armor covering his chest, stomach, and shoulders. This was the first time Aditya had ever worn armor during a battle. Using his storm flight, Aditya was standing somewhere around 9,000 meters above the sky. Right now, his vision was blocked because of the white clouds, but the white clouds weren't going to prevent him from using his attack. "Your Majesty, the army has stepped inside the Eastcliff region. Communicate with Watson and his other generals." He replicated the original 3 earrings into 15 earrings. The earrings had a range of 100 km. "Got it. As soon as I am done with my part, take command and bring the whole army. This time, we're not going to capture war prisoners. Every single soldier will be slaughtered." "Understood, Your Majesty. Can keep it up." After ending his communication with Watson, Aditya took out a 5 meters giant golden spear from his storage ring. The golden spear had rune engravings on its body, making the golden spear even more majestic looking. "Doomsday of Heaven Peak 3-star weapon description. This spear has an affinity with Crimson Flame. The Crimson Flame won't harm this spear." Not bad. Aditya had asked his blacksmith, Percy Lowe, to forge this spear for a special purpose. "If only I had gravity manipulation, then I could have made my attack even more powerful." Aditya held the 5 meters long golden spear. In the next moment, a crimson flame devours the entire golden spear, surrounding it with a layer of crimson flame. The crimson flame flickered, leaving small wisps of crimson flames. At the same time, crimson sparks of lightning cracked around the golden spear. Aditya had added both fire and lightning elements to the spear, making the Peak 3-star weapon even more dangerous. "Let's start." Aditya stopped flying, allowing gravity to pull his body down Earth. As he began falling, he simply held the spear in front of him. After a few seconds, he used his wings and storm flight to accelerate his falling. Speed, Crimson Lightning Dash. Adding Crimson Lightning Dash, his falling speed increased once again. Right now, Aditya's falling 1,000 plus can even come near him, as Aditya kept on falling from a height of 10,000 meters. He kept on increasing, on using more of his mana, increasing the crimson flame that now enveloped him. Fortunately, the armor he wore was preventing his crimson flame from burning off his clothes. "Man, I can't wait for this war to end. I want to go home and cuddle with my wife." "Man, you sure love your wife, don't you?" "I think you got the incorrect form here. Instead of wife, you should use wives." "What? Just how many wives do you have?" "I have 3 wives and 8 children. The soldiers looked at each other in astonishment. For them, having 1 child was hard enough. Having 9 children was beyond them. In a middle-class family, if the family member of the family increases even by 1, it puts more restraint on the budget. Having children meant that the soldiers would have 1 extra mouth to feed and 1 extra child to raise. Dude, just how the hell do you get enough money to feed your entire family? One of the soldiers couldn't help but ask. He. Actually, a part of me is incubus. My father was the same. He had 9 wives and 27 children. Our family is very big. All of our family lives in a village together. We mostly rely on fishing and agriculture, so it's not that difficult for us to feed everyone in our family. All the soldiers looked at him with jealousy. An incubus had more stamina than a human. In fact, even a normal incubus can keep going for at least 3 to 4 hours, whereas a human can hardly last till 1 hour. Why don't you just make it 9? You will have a triple hat-trick. Ha ha ha. Actually, my 9th child is on the way. The soldiers, what happens if you die on the battlefield? One of the soldiers curiously asked. Well, in that case, one of my brothers can take care of my wives. Are you sure about that? The soldiers would never let their woman sleep with another man. Well, my family's bloodline has a small part of incubus origin, so it is pretty normal in our big family to sleep with each other. There are over 100 family members. The soldiers. Hey, are you guys feeling hot? For some reason, I feel as if my body is burning. One of the soldiers from Deep Sea Palace asked. This soldier was from the merman race and had spent all of his life under the sea. No, we don't feel hot. I think this is maybe because you're from the sea and not used to this temperature. You're maybe right. The merman race soldier nodded in agreement. He just used some water to make his body wet, which cooled down body. A few more seconds passed, and more merman race soldiers began to feel their bodies burning. About a minute later, now all the soldiers were beginning to feel very hot. Some soldiers could not even stand the high temperature and fainted. The knights who were wearing heavy armor felt as if they were being suffocated from the inside out. Without having any choice, some of the knights took off their helmets and their breastplate. However, this was just the start. Only the first-order cultivators were feeling these changes. The second-order and third-orders did not feel anything. Around 20 more seconds later, even the second-order soldiers felt extremely hot. They felt as if their entire bodies were burning. It was finally then the kings noticed the changes as well. Many of the kings were also second-order cultivators. Why is the temperature suddenly rising so much? Ethan couldn't ask, feeling his body sweating a lot. Normally, a third order would have great resistance to cold and hot weather. But this temperature was hot, enough to make even third order sweat like their bodies were drenched by rainwater. While all others, kings and soldiers, felt uncomfortable, King Louis remained silent. I think this is Aditya's doing. King Louis has heard that Aditya had a terrifying flame under his control. It was the legendary crimson flame that has been lost for countless ages. No one knew how the king managed to gain control of such a powerful flame. It is said that the crimson flame had the potential to even burn the whole and turn it into a black orb. Ha, Sir Louis, Aditya does not have. King Ethan's words got choked into his throat as the sky suddenly turned red. As the sky suddenly turned red, the yellow sun suddenly vanished. To the soldiers, it was as if the whole sky has been turned crimson red. The terrifying temperature only continued rising until many of the first-order soldiers couldn't handle it anymore and just died because of heat stroke, while the rest used mana to cover their bodies, which reduced the burning sensation on their skins. All the white clouds that hovered over the blue sky, making it very peaceful and gentle-looking, had been replaced with a sea of crimson flames. It was not just the soldiers from Ethan's side who saw this, but also the marching soldiers of the Eastern Kingdom also saw. Right now, every single person who saw this scene was deeply shocked. More than 2,000 meters of the sky was covered in a sea of flames, making it look like the crimson flame had devoured the sky. However, after 10 more seconds, the temperature in the Eastcliff region reached a terrifying level, surpassing the temperature of magma itself. Things had become so hot that the tree grasses, trees, and insects started burning. Louis kept a close look at what was going on. After a few seconds, he finally understood what was going on. realizing what this mad king was doing. His pupils contracted as his entire body trembled. His teeth clattered while his blood turned even colder. His heartbeat nearly stopped when he looked at the sea of crimson flames that extended over 2,000 meters and was currently descending toward them. Eve, everyone use water magic, otherwise this crimson flame is going to devour us. Before today, the king of Deep Sea Palace has been pushed to the edge of death many times. Yet whenever he was pushed near death, he fought fiercely without caring much about his health. Whenever he met an enemy, he crushed them. Till now, the Deep Sea Palace king hasn't found an enemy that could stand against him. But right now, the king who has won went through hundreds of life and death battles, looked deadly pale. His body did not stop shaking no matter what he did. His cold heart beat fiercely as if trying to warn him to run away. With King Louis's command, every soldier who had water elemental spells used them. 100,000 spells were cast at the same time. Even King Louis also used a water dragon. All the water spells combined formed a gigantic water dragon whose body was over 10,000 meters big. The gigantic-looking water dragon's appearance started cooling down the battlefield. King Louis and all the merman soldiers used their mana to move the 10,000 meters big water dragon to stop the Crimson Sea of Flames. At this time, the army of the Eastern Kingdom stopped marching without any orders. Everyone stared at the scene in astonishment and in a deep state of shock. Whatever they were seeing today will go down the history for hundreds of ages. The soldiers will never forget this scene in their whole lives. Can keep it up. At this time, the army of the Eastern Kingdom stopped marching without any orders. Everyone stared at the scene in astonishment and in a deep state of shock. Whatever they were seeing today will go down the history for hundreds of ages. The soldiers will never forget this scene in their whole lives. Even before the giant water dragon could collide against the sea of crimson flames, the intense temperature of the flame already had started evaporating the water dragon. King Louis misunderstood one part, and that was, it was not just any sea of flame, it was a meteoric crimson flame that was going to hit them. 1,500 plus fast that even if he wanted to, he cannot stop at this point. Not only that, with each passing second his falling speed only increased. Boom! The water dragon finally collided with the sea of crimson flames. Just when the soldiers were about to celebrate, their faces turned pale as despair took over their eyes, seeing the water dragon turning into white smoke right before their eyes. Before they could compare the whole situation, white clouds of smoke covered the entire area, making it impossible for them to see anything. Sir Louis, please do something. King Ethan once had heard that a similar kind of attack had killed 5,000 soldiers of Duke Ryan, the very same Duke that betrayed Adadia and had decided to take shelter with the Zulux dynasty. King Louis gritted his teeth as he looked at the huge orb, which was over 2,000 meters, rapidly coming at them. If this attack hits their army, then their whole army will be wiped out. It looks like I have no choice but to use that artifact. Just when the Adadia was only 500 meters away, King Louis activated a 5-star artifact. Watson, Julia, Alicia, Amber, Tyler, Henry, Nathan, Scott, Josh, Eleanor, Leo, and all other soldiers saw a faint golden color, transparent, glass-like barrier forming over the army of Million. The golden glass-like transparent barrier took the shape of a dome and covered the whole army of 1,200,000, 2,000 plus frightening speed, while using crimson flames and crimson lightning. With a 3-star golden spear, Adadir realized that even he wouldn't be able to escape the explosion that will be caused by the attack. Right now, Adadir's speed had reached a point where it was close to breaking the sound barrier. Bang! The meteoric crimson sea of flame hit the golden, dome-like barrier. The barrier of the 5-star artifact could not even hold the attack even for a millisecond before the whole barrier collapsed, as the 5-star star-shaped artifact itself broke down. When King Louis saw the golden dome, the 5-star artifact, the most powerful artifact in His possession failing to defend him, his heart stopped beating. Boo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oom. A thunderous, earth-shaking, continent-destroying explosion shook every corner of the eastern region. All the second-order, higher-order beings who lived in the eastern region of the continent felt this explosion. Far away, Watson, Julia, Alicia, Amber, Tyler, Henry, Nathan, Scott, Josh, Eleanor, Zachary, Leo, and 250,000 soldiers all witnessed what chaos truly looked like. Right before their eyes, the whole eastern region of the continent was lit in crimson flames. From every corner of the eastern region, everyone was able to see the crimson flames that hovered in the sky, painting the blue sky with the color of blood. The destruction was something that no one had expected to see even in their wildest dreams. It was utter chaos. Crimson flames spread everywhere. Watson was sure that after today that part of the Eastcliff region won't be usable again. With the continent shaking explosion, it releases a powerful shockwave. The shockwave of crimson flames spread in every single direction. The shockwave was so strong that any soldier, regardless of what cultivation or what artifact they had, were immediately killed and burned to death. The terrifying temperature of the flames had turned the ground black as if the soil had been turned into volcanic ash. Every blade of grass, every leaf on a tree, every insect regardless of their type, even the earthworms that hide under the ground had completely been turned to ashes. That day the sky did not stop rumbling. The smell of blood and ashes spread in every single corner of the Napoca kingdom. The damage that was done to this land will never be forgotten even if 10,000 years pass. This land will become the place from where the nickname Graveyard of Empires has given. The Eastern Kingdom. No, the Eastern Empire. About 10 minutes later, the chaos finally showed signs of slowing down. Watson, Julia, Alicia, Amber, Tyler, Henry, Nathan, Scott, Josh, Eleanor, Leo, and 250,000 soldiers blankly stared at the miserable fate of the 1,230,000 soldiers in silence. No words were needed. Action spoke, louder than words. Whether it was the goddess of alchemy or the goddess of wealth, no one was able to keep themselves calm. Aditya was only a beginner third order for God fucking sake, yet he did something that even a fifth order might never be able to do. After more than 15 minutes passed since the continent-shaking explosion took place, an explosion that will be remembered forever by the people, Julia snapped out of the shocked state. She suddenly realized something. Her eyes desperately looked here and there, searching for the image of the figure who had done all this, but no matter which direction, which angle she looked into, she could not find the man who had also stolen her heart. The goddess, also known as the princess of the Anard family, could not find her man. She began to get anxious. Her throat got dry just thinking about anything bad happening to her man who was the Dragon Monarch. Where is Aditya? Julia's shaky words were heard by everyone. Watson, Alicia, and Amber were the first three persons to snap out of their shocked state and realized that they could not find Aditya no matter which direction they looked. Everyone realized that their king and protector was nowhere to be seen, even though he has done such frightening damage to the enemy. Grandpa, did something happen to Aditya? Like a little girl who has lost her parents, the goddess of alchemy looked at Watson with tears in the corner of her eyes. It seems Watson's reply will determine whether Julia will cry or not. My lady, I can assure you that His Majesty is still alive. If he was dead, then we Dragonians could have felt it. All the Dragonians were connected to Dragon Monarch through a link. If one of the Dragonians died, Aditya would know about it. The same could be said if something happens to their Dragon Monarch. Watson's words calmed the heart of the maiden in love. She nodded her head. Let's go there and see what has happened to the army. Everyone agreed with Alicia's suggestion. Under Watson's command, the Isteran troops began moving forward. Meanwhile, lying deep in a crater that was more than 20 km wide, Aditya, also known as the Dragon Monarch, was seen lying on the ground. Blood was oozing out of his arms, shoulders, legs, and thighs. His skin was covered in mud and dust. Around him, Small pieces of his armor and his dragon scales were lying on the ground. The crate that Aditya had created with such a frightening attack was more than 13 km deep. The whole crater was black, as if the crater was made in an area with volcanic ash. But the truth was that the ground simply has been burned black from Aditya's attack. Right now, Aditya's whole body was in pain. Every fiber and every bone in his body was aching in pain. It's a big miracle that he still hasn't lost any parts of his body, even though the 4-star armor that he was wearing was completely destroyed in pieces. Aditya's left arm was broken in many places. His ribs had 9 fractures and many cracks. His shoulders were also cracked. Even though he wasn't bleeding a lot, his body was in miserable condition. This was the first time that he was injured like this. It looks like I have miscalculated things. Instead of letting falling with the spear, I just should have thrown the spear. Even though doing that would have reduced the attacking power, at least I wouldn't have gotten injured like this. The Eastern king groaned, feeling the pain. In his body, he did not feel like moving at all. Ding! You have killed a peak 3rd Order Royal Merman Guard. Ding! You have killed a peak 4th Order Royal Merman Guard. Ding! You have killed a peak 2nd Order Lion Men. Ding! You have killed a peak 2nd Order Royal Merman. Ding! You have killed a mid 3rd Order Human. Ding! You have killed a peak 3rd Order Royal Goblin Prince. Can keep it up. Ding! You have killed a peak 3rd Order Royal Merman Guard. Ding! You have killed a peak 4th Order Royal Merman Guard. Ding! You have killed a peak 2nd Order Lion Man. Ding! You have killed a peak 2nd Order Royal Merman. Ding! You have killed a mid 3rd Order Human. Ding! You have killed a peak 3rd Order Royal Goblin Prince. Ding! You have killed a peak. If not for the peak 4-star armor that I was wearing and my dragon scales, the explosion itself would have killed me. To survive the explosion, in addition to having armor and dragon scales, Aditya also used his mana to cast lightning armor to add an extra layer of protection. Even with all that, he still was injured to this extent. Stamina, 286 out of 336. Health, 91 out of 336. Mana, 301 out of 901. Ding! Soul Blaze has reached 100%. Ding! For the next 20 minutes, all of the host stats will be increased by 45%. This is the first time my health has dropped this much after reaching 2nd Order. From next time, I shouldn't use this attack unless I have no other option. Aditya sighed as he tried to get up, but then he noticed something. When he looked on his right side, he found a man with half-burned face lying on the ground. The right side of his face was burned, while the left side of his face was covered in black mud and dirt. Blood was coming out of his body from many places, mainly from his nose, mouth, and ears. So he is the Deep Sea Palace King, Lewis. Aditya coldly looked at the man who was lying unconscious 20 meters away from him. My story with the Deep Sea Palace is not over yet, since this man had bought 500,000 troops. He should at least have another 500,000 troops. Maybe even more. Aditya slowly got up to kill King Lewis. After I kill you, your Deep Sea Palace will become my next target. Ignoring the pain that was making him feel like fell unconscious, he walked up to King Lewis. Without any hesitation, Aditya killed him by stepping on his throat and crushing his throat. Just as Aditya finished killing Lewis, he noticed that he did not receive any notification from the system. Suddenly, Aditya's instincts flared up. He hurriedly moved to his right, but it was too late. Bang! Aditya looked down only to see a blade piercing his heart. When he stared at the dead body of King Lewis, the dead body disappeared. Aditya instantly understood what was happening. Never thought that I would fall for this kind of illusion. Aditya would easily see through illusions, but he got careless and fell for Lewis's trap. Ha ha ha, you ***king bastard. Just because of you, I have lost 500,000 of my troops. I lost my 5-star artifact. I lost my precious armor. My royal guards died just to protect me. If that wasn't enough, I even lost my left arm. All this happened because of you. Cough, Aditya couldn't help but smile. He can feel the regret, pain, and sadness in Lewis's tone. Seeing his enemy going through these emotions even though he was winning made Aditya very happy. Thank you for the compliment. Lewis felt pissed hearing Aditya's reply. He kicked Aditya, sending the Dragon King flying more than 20 meters away. Ah, that hurts. Aditya fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Yeah, I want you to suffer. The more you suffer, the more I will enjoy myself. Aditya looked at the man who was walking at him with his half-burned face. His right hand was missing. Lewis's entire body was burned and filled with wounds. Right now, the right side of Aditya's heart was bleeding. Without Lewis realizing, the bleeding stopped after 30 seconds as Aditya's black heart took control and started pumping blood. Lewis did not realize this. He failed to notice the black heart that was implanted in Aditya's body. Unfortunately for you, I am not planning on dying anytime soon. The next moment, Aditya vanished and reappeared behind Lewis with a black sword in his hand. Clang! Lewis somehow managed to block the strike, but seeing how fast Aditya moved, his heart was again filled with shock. This was the second time that Aditya had shocked him. He thought that Aditya would be dead after he stabbed him in the heart, but instead this injured-looking man somehow got the power to continue fighting. Ding! Soul Blaze has reached 100%. Ding! For the next 20 minutes, all of the host's stats will be increased by 45%. Soul Blaze, third-order passive skill description, a special type of skill that can be learned by both body and magical path cultivators. There is no requirement to learn this skill. This skill itself is a passive skill that will increase the user's stats after reaching a certain limit. Function: since this skill is a passive skill, the user won't have to spend any mana to activate this skill. This skill works by collecting a small part of the enemy's soul killed by the host. When a certain amount of soul energy is collected by the user, this skill will increase the user's stats by 45% for a temporary period of time. The boost in the user's stats will disappear after 10 minutes. Note, this skill is totally passive. The activation of this skill cannot be decided by the user. Clang! How did you suddenly become so strong? Lewis sensed the sudden rise in Aditya's aura. Soul Blaze 1945. That's a secret. Aditya replied without being bothered about the wound in his heart. Right now, even though he wasn't showing, every time he moved his body, every single fiber on his body ached in pain. But he knew that he cannot stop. His opponent was a beginner fifth order. Even though Lewis was seriously injured, the power of the fifth order is something that shouldn't be underestimated. When Aditya evolved to third order, all of his passive skills also reached third order. The aura of Soul Fire now had evolved to Soul Blaze. He kind of liked the old name. Before, he only got a 40% increase in his stats, but now he got a 45% increase in his stats, and that was also for 20 minutes. So right now, Aditya's stats had reached a terrifying level. Strength 45% increase, speed 145% increase, and 100 stamina 45% increase, health 45% increase, mana 45% increase, along with the increase in his stats by 45%. Aditya's injuries were slowly beginning to heal. 800 plus Aditya, faster than fourth order cultivators. You might have gotten faster and stronger, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Lewis roared while dodging Aditya's attack and sending him flying with another kick on his stomach. Bang! Lightning armor, storm flight, crimson lightning dash, swoosh. Suddenly, Aditya disappeared from Lewis's view. Aditya moved so fast that Lewis could not follow his movements anymore. Damn you, bastard! Lewis took out a peak 3-star pendant from his pocket. The pendant started shining as Lewis poured his remaining mana into the pendant. The shine of the pendant gradually increased, reaching a point where the bright light forced Aditya to stop moving, as he could not see anything because of the intensely bright light. When the bright light disappeared, Aditya found himself sitting on his throne. What is happening? When he looked down, he found that he was wearing luxurious clothes and a beautiful golden crown today. Your Majesty, Aditya looked at the man who was walking with a beautiful woman. Watson, who is that woman? Aditya couldn't help but ask. His butler was so reluctant to get a woman, but he was holding a woman's arm and looking at her like he was looking at his wife. This confused Aditya for a moment until he heard Watson's next words. Your wives now shall now enter. The golden doors were pushed apart, revealing 7 figures, wearing wedding dresses, and looking at Aditya with beautiful smiles that could charm even the heavens. But for some reason other than seeing the face of Julia and Alicia, Aditya could not see the faces of his other 5 wives. Boy, you better take care of my daughter. If you dare to neglect my daughter, I will personally settle matters with you. Behind Julia, Aditya saw Adam and Sophie. Aditya, I hope you will give me my grandchild in a year. I can't wait to play with my grandson. Behind Alicia, he could see some blurry figures, while behind his other 5 wives, he only saw white clouds instead of seeing their parents. It was as if someone was hiding their faces and their parents from him. What the hell is happening? Aditya was totally confused. He felt he should remember something very important, but for some reason he couldn't. Can keep it up. Yes, just stand like this and let you kill you already. Lewis had used the 3-star artifact to trap Aditya in a world of illusions. This artifact was strong enough to even trap 4 Thorders in illusions. Lewis wouldn't have carried this artifact with him, but he ended up bringing it because his gut told him that his artifact was going to be useful to him. Lewis slowly walked up to Aditya. Just like Aditya, his body was filled with pain. He just wanted to kill Aditya and leave. I will come back after recovering my injuries, though I am not sure if I can regrow my left arm. Looking at his missing left arm, Lewis felt his heart boil in anger. He never thought that he would have to sacrifice this much just to capture a 3-tier kingdom. As long as you're gone, I can easily take over your kingdom. Lewis was about to pierce Aditya's head, but just before the sword could touch his forehead, Aditya's body became blurry. He disappeared and then reappeared behind Lewis. Bang! Why, I am flying. Lewis felt the world around him was rotating. But when he saw his headless body and the cold eyes of the Crimson Dragon, he understood what happened. Bang! Lewis's head fell to the ground. He kept on staring at the Aditya till he gradually lost his consciousness, which was full of regret and unwillingness. Ding! The host has killed a beginner 5th Order Merman King. Ding! Experience points have been saved. Does the host wish to use the saved-up experience points to level up? Aditya thought for a moment and decided not to level up. Without leveling up, he was able to take on a beginner 5th Order. Aditya felt that he still needed time to master his current powers before he moved on to the next level. I am so tired. After killing Lewis, Aditya simply lay in the middle of the crater, not caring about the dead body of King Lewis. Right now, he just wanted to rest. Aditya felt his eyes getting heavier. It seems that he was falling asleep. Before Aditya used lightning, armor, storm flight, and crimson lightning dash. These 3 skills increased his agility and strength to a level where he was able to move faster than a beginner 5th Order. Lightning armor, 3rd Order passive spell description. A special type of skill that can be used by those who can freely manipulate lightning nature. Function 1. The user can make a transparent lightning armor using lightning elements. It will 20+ is made, the user's defense will be highly increased. Function 2. When the first function of this skill is used, the user's strength will be increased by 100+ Storm Flight 3rd Order passive spell description. A special type of skill, granted only because of possessing the mythical class Storm Marshal. The skill is related to storms. The power of this skill can be enhanced using wind elements. Function 1, 100+ 20, plus Function 2, 200+ Crimson Lightning 3rd Order passive spell description. A special type of skill that was gained from having the heart of Peak 6th Order Lightning Forest Deer implanted into the user's heart. Function 1. This skill relies on lightning nature. Using lightning nature, the user's speed can be increased by 25 seconds. Each time lightning dashes used, the user's speed will be increased by 200 plus and 20 plus. Aditya, wake up. Wake up, where am I? The Dragon Monarch slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by soldiers. When he looked to his right, he found the goddess of wealth, Alicia, looking at him with a concerned look. Right now, the goddess looked nothing like the usually confident, calm businesswoman. She looked like a fragile girl. She looked like she was somehow holding back her tears. Aditya then looked up only to find the Tsundere princess looking at him, with tears filling her eyes. It looked like those eyes of hers wanted to convey many feelings, but Julia held them back in front of the crowd. Your Majesty, you're finally awake. Watson was standing a few meters away from Aditya. Next to Watson, there was Leo, who looked a little concerned even though he still had the cold look on his face. There was Amber, who was also looking at him with a concerned look. Everyone that Aditya knew looked at him with a concerned face. It's a good thing that you did not die, otherwise I and others also would have died. Alicia spoke in an uncaring tone. She had recovered her usual calmness. To others, her words meant that with the Eastern king dying, the whole kingdom will break down. But to Aditya, Watson, and Julia, her words meant that if Aditya died, then due to the contract, she and the other goddesses will also die. Honestly, you should stop being this reckless. You're putting our lives in danger as well. Aditya dryly laughed and then looked at the sky, which now had returned to normal color. Ha, I can stop being reckless if I have 2 of the 7 goddesses accompanying me. Since no one other than Watson knew the identity of the goddesses, everyone thought that Aditya was joking. Ouch, why are you pinching? Aditya looked at Julia, who had suddenly pinched his waist. HMPH, for no reason. The alchemy goddess snorted and then looked away. Dragon King, you're being too greedy. There is a saying being too greedy is not good. Aditya just smiled and said nothing. He had made these jokes to make the atmosphere lively again. Sigh, I wonder if her Tsundere character will ever change. Not that I hate her Tsundere character. I find her character very refreshing and entertaining. Aditya found that his previous injuries have been recovered by 1 out of 4. It must be because Julia had given him some healing pills. Julia then helped Aditya stand up. What about the enemy? Aditya's tone turned serious. Again, everyone is dead. I couldn't even find the bodies of even a single soldier. Everyone has been burned to ashes. Good. Aditya then turned his attention to his 7 generals. The 7 of you will divide the army into 7 groups. I want you all to capture the Napoka kingdom and the other 13 kingdoms, including the Paladin dynasty. From now, all these 14 kingdoms will become a part of the Eastern kingdom. After some instruction, the army of 250,000 was divided into 7 groups. Each group was going to be led by one of Aditya's generals. Aditya has made things easier. Now his generals will only need to claim those territories. Watson, how many Dragonians do we have? Your Majesty, we have around 700 Dragonians. These 15 days, Aditya has been increasing the number of Dragonians. All of the Dragonians were either peak 2nd order or 3rd order powerhouse. 100 Dragonians will be given to each group. I want each of you to be done with your tasks within 1 week, not more than that. If the enemy refuses to surrender, then don't hesitate to use violence. There is no room for negotiations. Since the 14 kingdoms have dared to attack his kingdom, Aditya wasn't going to let them go. He was going to conquer all of the 14 kingdoms. Every royal member of those 14 kingdoms was ordered to be killed without any mercy. Morgan, I want you to go with Alina and help her. Morgan was one of the commanders of the Zulux dynasty. Aditya had turned her into his slave and then later made her one of his Dragonians. Morgan is a powerful and skilled necromancer. It was because of her that the Eastern kingdom has managed to nurture several necromancers. Understood, Your Majesty. Morgan has no regrets about becoming the slave of the Eastern king. It was rather the opposite. Becoming the slave of the Eastern kingdom was her life's turning point. After she joined the Eastern kingdom because she was the slave Of the king, no one dared to order her. She wasn't treated like a slave. Instead, she became an instructor and was given resources to cultivate. Later, she was given a chance of becoming a Dragonian, which increased her cultivation to begin her fourth order. The reason Aditya was sending Morgan with a leaner is that the captain of the 6th Division was lacking in experience and had no knowledge of commanding. A leaner has a shy and quiet type personality. Aditya felt that she might make some mistakes. This is why he is sending Morgan with her. Can keep it up. Your Majesty, I was thinking how about organizing a cooking competition. This event will be a great way for you to gain more popularity. I say you become one of the judges. This event can earn us a lot of money. Not a bad idea, tell more. Right now Arthur, the current king of the Nyland Kingdom, and the Prime Minister both were having some conversation. Please don't take any offense, but currently the king's reputation is not that high. If your highness wishes to overtake your father, then the best way to do it would be by interacting more with the public so that the public will support you even if you're no longer the king. I don't understand how the public's support will help me in the future. Arthur asked in a confused tone. To him, this kind of thing felt unnecessary and boring. He would rather play with some woman in his bedroom. He felt kind of annoyed when he was told to act like a kind and rightful. Kind, why should he do it? He is the king, and he has the right to decide how he is going to rule his kingdom. Your Majesty, I have worked as the Prime Minister for 93 years. This is my 94th year. Over 9 decades of working in this position, I have learned that the public also holds a lot of power. Having the support of the public is like having your backup secured. Not only that, having the public favor would prevent riots from rising, and also would motivate the young ones to become soldiers. The public is the ultimate workforce. If you don't keep them happy, there is a chance that our population might migrate to other kingdoms or regions. A middle-class family only needs a good standard of living. If the public is not happy with the king, then no one will respect the king. The Prime Minister was also a shy fox. Without Arthur realizing it, he was dancing in the Prime Minister's palms. He was being manipulated without even realizing it. While every royal official and noble took sides in this throne succession race, only the Prime Minister remained loyal and never took the sides of anyone. The previous Nyland king was wise and intelligent. He knew what was best for his people and also his kingdom. While Arthur gave value to the kingdom, he did not understand the importance of his people. This is one of the reasons why the previous king did not want Arthur to become the next king, as his son was too blinded by power. However, to the Prime Minister, Arthur was the perfect tool that can be manipulated. He couldn't manipulate the previous Nyland king, but manipulating Arthur was just too easy. It was also he who manipulated Arthur to take out all brothers. I never thought that King Vega's son would be this stupid. The brat only cares about power and nothing else. Now that he had eliminated his brothers, I can finally have a chance of sitting on the throne. But for the next few years, I will allow you to be the king. Since I am already manipulating him indirectly, I am the king here. Once I have managed to eliminate those nobles that are loyal supporters of Arthur, I will finally make my move and assassinate him. And finally take the throne of the Nyland Kingdom. Everyone was greedy for the Nyland throne. Arthur and the Prime Minister wanted this throne, as this was the throne of the strongest kingdom in the eastern region of the Dying Isle continent. However, little did Arthur and the Prime Minister know that the title of the strongest kingdom already has been taken away by the Eastern Kingdom. It's just that neither Aditya ever showed his powers to anyone. At the current moment, Aditya had over 30 fourth-order cultivators. The Nyland Kingdom was calling themselves the strongest kingdom because Aditya had allowed them to do so. Aditya knows when to hide or when to reveal his strength. All right, you have convinced me. I am starting to feel a little tired. Send 2 new slaves to my bedroom. Your Highness, do you have any preferences? The Prime Minister was obviously disgusted with Arthur's this type of behavior. No matter how shy or calculative he was, the Prime Minister has never taken advantage of his powers to sleep with another woman besides his wife. His wife was the partner that he can trust, even in his life. In the end, unlike the king, the Prime Minister was loyal. Is there any fox race woman? I have been getting curious about fox race women for a while now. Understood. I will send 2 fox race slaves, but please don't try to kill them. The Prime Minister felt pity for those girls. He also had a daughter, so seeing those slaves, he always remembered about his daughter. His heart ached every time he sees the miserable condition of those girls. I will try, but no promises. Just as Arthur was about to get up from his throne, a messenger came with urgent messages. Your Majesty, this is bad news. The male soldier was panting heavily, trying to catch his breath. Arthur and the Prime Minister both frowned at the same time. What bad news? Deep down, Arthur felt the bad news this soldier was going to tell them about was the fall of the Eastern Kingdom. So finally the Eastern Kingdom has fallen. Now that I have kept my promise not to interfere with those men, I guess I am free now. The deal has been completed from both sides. The Eastern King has alone defeated an army of 1,230,000. Alone. After defeating the army, he sent his soldiers and his generals to take over the Napoca Kingdom and other 13 kingdoms, including the Paladin dynasty that was destroyed by some mysterious cultivator 15 days ago. King Arthur and the Prime Minister exchanged looks before looking at the male soldiers. Can you please repeat what you just said? Right now, Arthur's mind was a mess. Inside he was screaming no, no, no. He refused to believe that King Aditya is strong enough to kill 1,230,000 troops alone. He refused to believe that even the combined strength of 14 kingdoms has failed to defeat the Eastern Kingdom. Even the king of the Deep Sea Palace was killed by Aditya, according to the news. Not even a single soldier among the 1,230,000 troops has managed to survive. Even the dead bodies of the soldiers and the kings were not found. It was as if everything had been turned to ash. What? Hearing these words, Arthur felt as if his legs lost their strength to stand. His butt fell on the throne, while the Prime Minister felt his mind had stopped working. He just blankly stood there staring at the messenger soldier. It was the night that Mark Vega, the former Nyland king, was about to die. Only Arthur knew that his father was going to die tonight. So he had come to see his father one last time. Arthur, is that you? The current Nyland king looked like a 100-years-old man. His skin was wrinkled. The king could not even open his mouth nor had the strength to move his body. Even if Arthur had not used poison to kill the king, Mark Vega would have died in a week or two. Yes, father, it's me. Arthur felt a little sad for killing his father. Arthur lost his mother at a young age. Despite being the king, his father personally taught him and his brothers together without being biased. If possible, he wanted to keep his father alive, but he knew that it was either give his dream or the life of his father. Arthur, my son, I have chosen you as my successor. Before I leave this world, I want you to remember something. At that time, Arthur did not pay much attention to his father's words. He only listened because of the last remaining respect that he had for his old man. The Nyland advised Arthur on what to and what not to do. In the end, the king ended his conversation with a few sentences that Arthur could not ignore. And lastly, I choose King Aditya as an ally, as I know that being his ally would bring us more benefits than being his enemy. That young man is sharp and clever. He clearly knows when he needs to strike. If you want the Nyland kingdom to keep on standing, never break the alliance that I have forged with him. Also, never offend that man. Trust me, being that man's enemy will become your life's greatest regret. I am now starting to regret it. A drop of tear rolled down Arthur's cheeks. In search of gold, he lost the diamond. Can keep it up. Your Majesty, this is bad news. More than hundreds of wild dragons and wyverns are attacking the Nyland kingdom from the east. The attack is personally being led by King Aditya. What? Arthur weakly sat down on the throne. It was the glorious throne that his father and the past rulers of the Nyland kingdom sat down on. But to him, this throne no longer looked glorious. It was as if when he wore the crown, the throne had lost the majestic glory that it once had. With the death of his father, everything went in the wrong direction. The only thing that King Arthur can do is run for his life. After returning to the Eastern kingdom, Aditya did not even bother to heal himself. He gathered all the wild dragons and the wyverns who had submitted to him. Without any hesitation, Aditya attacked the Nyland kingdom. For the next 7 days, Aditya did not stop. He alone was a force that could kill millions. He has grown powerful to the point that nothing in the Nyland kingdom was able to stop him. Even when the ancestor, who was a fourth-order cultivator, tried to defeat Aditya, nothing worked against him. Aditya killed the guardian of the Nyland kingdom and soon won. By one, all of the major cities and the territories of the Nyland kingdom began falling. Aditya did not even ask the soldiers if they wanted to surrender or not. The thought of taking war prisoners did not exist in his dictionary. Whether it was men or women, those who blocked his path were slaughtered. The blood of the soldiers was painted on the city walls. Dead bodies of the soldiers were lying around, rooting away. The smell of blood had covered cities. Fresh blood changed the color of the ground. Aditya did not hurry at all. He took his time. Of course, he did not kill or even touch the people that lived inside the city. This was the fight between the Nyland kingdom and the Eastern kingdom. The normal people shouldn't be killed. Your Majesty, all the cities except for the capital have fallen. By now, we have lost hundreds of third-order cultivators, 1/4 order, and almost 500,000 soldiers. Some of the remaining soldiers even fled in fear of King Aditya. What should we do now? Asked the Prime Minister, whose name was John. What do you think we should do? Dance. In these 7 days, King Arthur did not even get a wink of sleep. All this time he was anxious and afraid. In just 7 days, his face looked much older than before. It was as if he had gotten older by a few years, but in reality the stress and pressure had made him look older. Of course, we're going to escape before that man attacks this city. We will be leaving the Nyland kingdom in an hour. Arthur stood up and threw away the crown for which he had even killed his father and brothers. This crown now had lost its value. Even if Aditya stops now, the entire Nyland kingdom was in flames. The glorious kingdom that stood as the strongest kingdom in the eastern region has been crippled. This was not the kingdom that Arthur wanted to rule. In just 7 days, his kingdom went from being the strongest kingdom to being the weakest, and all this happened because of Aditya. Your Majesty, what about the Nyland kingdom? John pretended to look worried. In reality, he would have fled anyway, even if Arthur had decided to remain. Instead of replying, Arthur gave a sad look to the throne on which he only sat for not more than 7 days. Right before his eyes, he watched as his dreams and hopes were crushed. Now that the Nyland kingdom had become like this, he wasn't confident about rebuilding it. We will take all the gold with us and leave the Nyland kingdom. I am planning on going to the Beast continent or the continent of Westnia. I don't want to stay on this continent anymore. Using the gold in our possession, we should be able to live a good life. The thought of revenge never crossed his mind, knowing that he can never defeat Aditya or the Eastern kingdom. Understood. John left and went to the treasury. But when he got there, he found the guards who were supposed to guard the treasury lying on the ground dead. Seeing this, John had a bad feeling in his heart. Click, opening the door of the treasury. John nearly lost his consciousness, seeing all the gold and other treasures that the Nyland kingdom had gone. The entire treasury was very clean. Not even a single piece of gold was left. Your Majesty, John came running to Arthur. What happened? Arthur asked in an impatient tone. This is bad. Someone sneaked into the treasury after killing our guards. Now the whole treasury is clean. Not even a single piece of gold was left inside. Hearing the news, Arthur nearly coughed out blood and fainted. But then Arthur realized something. If someone is strong enough to kill 2 of our mid-third order guards, then we're in danger. John also widened his eyes as his body began shaking in panic. The treasury was something that must be protected at any cost. As a result, the strongest guards were placed to keep the treasury secure and safe from enemies' hands. The enemy is strong enough to kill 2 of our mid-third order guards. Then it was confirmed that no other guards can protect them anymore. Let's hurry up and leave this palace before the culprit comes for our life. Arthur and John wanted to use the teleportation array and leave this place as soon as possible. Right now their first priority was to survive. King Arthur, you seem to be in a hurry. Arthur's and John's bodies shuddered in fear hearing the cold voice. Turning around, Arthur found Aditya sitting on the throne that belonged to him. Aditya sat down on the throne with his legs crossed. He was looking at Arthur like he was looking at an insignificant ant. Aditya, you traitor. Arthur seems to have lost his mind. Me and a traitor? Aditya looked at Arthur with an innocent and confused look. We were supposed to be allies, yet you attacked the Nyland Kingdom. Now the whole kingdom has collapsed because of you. You broke the promise that you made to my father. God will never forgive you. Ha ha ha. Do you think I need your forgiveness? Aditya laughed while holding his stomach. Behind Aditya, one by one, his Ma-jin started appearing out of the shadows. Your Majesty, we have killed everyone in the royal palace. Zachary reported while standing behind the golden throne. Yes, we were allies, but you broke the alliance first. The agreement stated that if any member of the Triple Alliance was in danger, the other 2 must send troops to protect their allies. When an army of 1,200,000 attacked the Eastern Kingdom, the Nyland Kingdom did nothing. That was because I had assumed the throne on that day. Arthur tried to justify himself. Aditya coldly stared at Arthur, making the new king feel as if a mountain was pressing him. His legs had started trembling while sweat rolled down his neck. At this moment, he was experiencing fear. I know that you and the Napoka king had exchanged letters and secretly agreed to take down my kingdom. Besides, I am not here to justify myself or allow others to justify themselves. Since Arthur and John both were going to die, Arthur decided to reveal the name of the organization that helped him. I and that bastard Ethan, both of us were approached by an organization that is aiming for you and your kingdom. Their name is the League of the Black Tomb. Why are you telling me about my enemies? Aditya asked. Deep down he was very furious. He did not show his anger on his face. Since my kingdom and I are going to die, I might as well drag my allies to death and wait for them in hell. Aditya closed his eyes to prevent killing intent from leaking out of his body. He took a deep breath to calm himself before ordering, Zachary, please end their misery. As you wish, your Majesty. Bang! Arthur suddenly found blood gushing out of his throat. He tried to stop the bleeding by tightly pressing his throat with his hands. Regardless of how much he struggled, in the end, he fell to the ground and died. Sigh. Unfortunately, I could not learn anything about those men who were pulling the strings from the shadow. Sooner or later I will find you people and kill you. Can keep it up. So what did you want to talk to me about? After having breakfast with Julia and Watson, the Dragon King was now having a meeting with the Goddess of Wealth. We might have to leave in 3 days. Alicia bit her lips and said with a struggling look, Sure, no problem, I am almost done with my work. Watson, who was standing behind Aditya, rolled his eyes. Aditya was practically dumping his work on Watson. He did it when he left with Julia, and now he was going to do it again. At this rate, I might as well become the official Prime Minister and work myself to death. Just like Aditya, Watson barely got any sleep. It was not easy to maintain this big territory. There were still hundreds of things that needed to be taken care of. On top of the administration work, Aditya was also planning on building new infrastructure all over his empire. By the way, exactly how much do I currently owe you? Somewhere around 1 million royal gold coins. If Aditya had heard this huge number before, he would faint after coughing up blood. But after the invasion, Aditya obtained a large chunk of money. He also had the money that the Emperor of Echo Dominion had given him. For him, money was not a problem anymore. That's a lot of money, Miss Guild Leader, you should give me a discount. We're friends and business partners after all. If I suddenly pay this big money to you, then how am I going to take care of my people? Do you want to starve my people to death? Watson and Alicia both rolled their eyes at Aditya. It was not surprising how shameless Aditya can be. Sir Emperor, I think you're forgetting the fact that you got 5 million royal gold coins from the Emperor of Echo Dominion Empire. Is more than enough to cover the bills, but I thought we were friends, at least give me some discount. Alicia calmly took a sip of tea. I already have given you a big discount. Originally, the total amount that you were supposed to pay was 3 million royal gold coins. Because of our friendship, I have cut 300,000 from the total amount. If you pay me 1 million royal gold coins, I am not making any profits here. This money is enough to cover the cost of the materials. Aditya knew that the latter part of her words were lies. As a businesswoman, Alicia certainly knew how to make profits, while also keeping a good relationship with her clients. Sai, I can't win against you. Aditya took out a golden ring and handed it to Alicia. This storage ring has 1 million royal gold coins. Alicia took the ring and put it in her storage ring without even checking the amount. This showed how much trust she had in Aditya. Thank you for doing business with the Seeker of Impurity Guild. I look forward to our next business deal. By the way, do you mind if I borrow Julia for a while? Can I know the reason? Julia had told Aditya that she and Alicia has been friends. It was not surprising for them to hang out together. Actually, my aunt wants me to give her a beauty pill. If you don't know what is a beauty pill is a rare alchemy product that can keep the appearance of a woman the same till she dies. Whoever consumes these pills will never lose their beauty and would always look the same. To women, this pill is a priceless treasure. Noble women would go as far as to pay 1 million for this pill. I remember Julia telling me about this beauty pill thing a long time ago. Sure, you can take Julia with you, but not today. Unfortunately, Aditya added the last part with a grin on his face. Can I know the reason? Well, today Julia is going to recruit some female alchemist for the Eastern Empire. Also, we're going on date. Then I will wait till tomorrow. Do you have the ingredients to make the beauty pill? The ingredients needed to make a beauty pill are very hard to find. Yes, I have, but how do you know about the ingredients? Naturally, I learned it from Julia. She told me this during one of our dates. When you have to date the goddess of alchemy as her boyfriend, the goddess will naturally tell you many things about alchemy. Aditya was able to remember them because of his skills. Aditya, can you tell me what you plan on doing with the 500 sea elves that you have bought 2 months ago? From Julia, Alicia has heard about the 500 sea elves that Aditya bought. Why are you so concerned about my slaves? Aditya asked her back with a smile. As half-mermaid, I just felt curious. You're half-mermaid? Aditya asked while widening his eyes. Why are you so surprised? Don't tell me you did not know. Watson, did you know about it? Instead of replying, Aditya turned to his butler and asked, Yes, and hear this. Whole time I was assuming that you were a human like Julia. Ha ha. The world does not know that the goddess of wealth is half-mermaid. Only the people who are close to me know this fact. Since you're half-mermaid, does that mean you and your family live under the seawater? Speaking of half-mermaid, Aditya was remembered about a certain merman king whom he fought 2 months ago. Of course not. I am also half-human. My parents and I have been living on the land for as long as I can remember. Though I have heard from my parents that they have a secret palace under the seawater, but I never got the chance to visit it. All right, I will take my leave now. Please don't mistreat the sea elves. If possible, I would have liked to buy them from you and send them back to my father. The sea elves and the mermaids in Westnia are very close allies. Alicia stood up to leave. Don't worry, I never mistreat any of my slaves. Currently, they are doing some important work for me. In fact, in the future, I don't mind removing the slave status. and making those 500 sea elves the citizen of the Eastern Empire. After his clash with the Merman King, Aditya decided to expand his territory under the sea and ocean as well. The sea elves are going to play a very important part in his future plans. After Alicia left, Aditya and Watson went to their office, which now had become their second home. In the last 2 months, 80% of their time was spent in this room. Besides Aditya and Watson, there were 10 more royal officials who were writing budget reports. The room was full of chairs, tables, and papers. After Aditya sat down, he opened the system to check his progress. Ding! There are currently 2 requirements that the host needs to complete to advance on his path to becoming the true Dragon Monarch. 1. Expand the host's territory over an area of 500,000 square kilometers. Completed. 2. Gather the materials needed to build the legendary Dragon Palace. Required materials: 100 tons of gold, 50 tons of silver, 50,000 spirit stones, 100 tons of refined iron. If I had decided to use all the golds that I have found in Nyland Kingdom treasury, the gold requirements would have been fulfilled. But I needed that money to launch my plan, which will transform the entire Eastern Empire. First of all, Aditya was building new and improved roads which will last longer. The roads were going to connect all the major cities of the Eastern Empire and will make transportation safe and faster. He had ordered the construction of new public baths, washrooms, and wells. The current Eastern Empire was so big that an army of 250,000 would not be enough. This is why Aditya had ordered Duke Sarlis, Duke Zane, and his other nobles to start recruiting more soldiers. The third thing that Aditya was tackling in these 2 months was taking care of the corruption. Fortunately for this job, Nathan and his men and Zashri and his Majins were there. While Nathan and his men were dealing with the corrupted nobles in the northern region, Zashri and his village Majins were in the Nyland Kingdom. Over the last 2 months, because of the combined efforts of Nathan, Zashri, and their subordinates, the Eastern Empire was able to collect nearly 1 million royal gold coins, which came out of the pockets of the corrupted nobles, and the nobles who fled after their kingdoms were attacked by the Eastern Empire. Aditya had also introduced new farming methods, which were currently being tested out in some villages located near Vrain City. Watson and other officials have been revising the new policies, laws, and reforms that Aditya introduced. It was their job to report it to Aditya if any of his policies or reforms failed and backfired. But so far nothing like this has happened. Watson, how many mines the current Eastern Empire has? Aditya suddenly asked. Your Majesty, till now we have found around 13 mines, out of which 3 of them were gold mines, 4 of them were silver mines, 5 iron mines, and 1 mana stone mine. Aditya rubbed his forehead while closing his eyes. Where can I find 50,000 spirit stones? What are spirit stones in the first place? Aditya can easily find gold, silver, and refined iron. Though it might take a while, it wasn't impossible to gather these materials. But what about spirit stones? Even Watson does not know anything about it. Whom should I ask? Maybe Alicia, or maybe Uncle Adam, can keep it up. Aditya, stop sleeping and wake up already. Julia was here in Aditya's room to wake him up. 5 minutes, Aditya replied in a sleepy tone before covering his face with the blanket. You have said the same line more than 10 times. It's already 9 in the morning. However, Aditya did not care what Julia was saying. He was sleeping comfortably under the warm blanket. It looks like I have no choice but to force you to get up. Julia leaned forward, and just when she was about to grab the blanket, a hand suddenly shot out under the blanket and grabbed her hand before pulling her. Ah! Julia cried out in surprise. The next second she found herself on the bed with this bad wolf. Let me go, you wolf. However, instead of listening to the goddess's words, Aditya put his left hand on her slim and soft waist and pulled her close to his body. When her back touched his chest, she felt the warmth that was radiating from his body. What are you doing? Julia shyly asked while struggling to get out of bed. With each passing second, her struggle was getting weaker and weaker. "I am holding my dear wife. Am I not allowed to cuddle?" Aditya tenderly asked. Her body slightly shivered, hearing his warm voice which was filled with love. Hearing these words, the goddess could not stop a smile from appearing on her face as her cheeks slightly blushed. Meanwhile, Aditya took this chance to give his wife a kiss on the cheek. It felt so good to kiss and bite her cheeks, but right now Aditya went for the kiss, knowing that his wife will be triggered if he bites her cheeks. I wonder what would the people say seeing that the great Istran emperor is acting like a spoiled child. Without even realizing it, Julia's head was resting on his right arm. The Dragon King did not feel any discomfort. They would say that I am a caring, kind, gentle husband who loves and adores his wife. Aditya replied after giving her another kiss. HMPH. This princess hasn't agreed to marry you yet, but if you manage to make me happy and win my heart, then I don't mind giving you a chance. Wife, how can you say that after all the things that we have done together? Aditya pretended to be heartbroken. We only held hands, went on 2 dates, hugged and cuddled and kissed. The last part was barely audible to Aditya. Even with his enhanced senses, he barely was able to hear her words. You don't have to feel shy, you know. We have kissed each other so many times. Aditya did not understand when will her shy princess will stop being shy. What lies behind her tsundere personality was a shy girl who wants to do all the things that a couple does, but she was too shy to express it out. Julia did not say anything in response. She instead pinched his left arm and snorted, "Wife, are you mad at me?" "No, really, I am sorry. This 2 months I hardly was able to give you any time or attention. Most of the time I was locked in my office. 2 months and 9 days have passed since the Istran kingdom has taken over the Nile land kingdom. In these 2 months a lot has happened. The whole Istran kingdom went through changes. Also now the Istran kingdom has officially become the Istran Empire, an empire that controls 90% of the total land of the eastern region. Other than the Istran Empire, there were only 2 kingdoms that existed in the eastern region. One was the Thera kingdom, which was currently surrounded by the Istran kingdom from all sides. The other was a kingdom located far northern edge of the eastern region. It was a big kingdom located beyond the 13 kingdoms that previously joined hands with the Napoka kingdom. This kingdom was known as the Storm Isle dynasty. The Storm Isle dynasty was the oldest dynasty in the eastern region. It was one of the oldest dynasties in the entire continent of the Dying Isle. The Storm Isle was surrounded by water from 3 sides. The dynasty only shared borders with the Istran Empire. Being surrounded by water from 3 sides made it extremely difficult to attack this dynasty. In the past, any faction or any foreign kingdom that has tried to attack this dynasty has always failed. It is said that the Storm Isle dynasty has one of the most powerful water mages on the whole continent. The water mages have big advantages when fighting against foreign forces because of being surrounded by water from 3 sides. Not only that, the Storm Isle has one of the biggest ports in the eastern region, but that record is about to be broken by the Istran Empire. The Storm Isle nearly has trade relations with all of the continents. Despite being around only 4 times bigger than the Thera kingdom, the Storm Isle's wealth is even higher than the Istran Empire. Their vast wealth is what attracted other kings in the past to attack them. Even 7 months ago, a foolish king from the Westnia continent tried to attack the Storm Isle, only to be defeated and humiliated badly. The current Storm Isle ruler was an empress. The empress was a mysterious woman who never showed her face to anyone. But rumor has it that the empress is equally beautiful as the 7 goddesses. Right after the Istran Empire take over the Niland kingdom, the empress personally wrote a letter to King Aditya. Thus, an agreement was made. All 3 remaining rulers in the eastern region decided to meet. It was mainly the Storm Isle dynasty's empress and the Thera kingdom's king who wanted to meet Aditya. After the Istaran Empire took over 15 kingdoms within a week, both rulers were afraid that the Istaran Empire might target their territories. This was especially true for the Thera kingdom, which was currently surrounded by Istaran land from all sides. If in case of some sort of attack, the Thera kingdom would have nowhere to escape, Aditya agreed to meet two rulers. The meeting was held in Azure City, which was the capital of the vast Istaran Empire. After 5 days. During the meeting, Aditya promised and even signed an agreement to not attack the Thera kingdom or the Storm Isle dynasty. However, he also added that if he found that any of the two parties are working against his enemies or secretly trying to harm his empire in any way, the Istaran Empire won't hesitate to strike back. Both rulers agreed with Aditya's demand and the agreement was signed. After the agreement was signed, the Thera king was most relieved. Aditya also had promised the Thera king that their trade relations will continue like before. What came next was endless work for Aditya. Aditya went through long hours of paper and finally decided to give the Dragonians who helped him immensely in this war with the rank of noble. All the captured territories were divided and disturbed. The Dragonians had his blood and there was no possibility of the Dragonians betraying him. Naturally, all the nobles of his empire had to follow the merit-turning point system. All the Dragonians were given the rank of Viscount. Just appointing the Dragonians to take care of his territories wasn't enough, as most of the Dragonians were slaves or soldiers from lower-class families. They had no knowledge of how they should govern their territories, so Aditya had large work in his hands. He spent countless sleepless nights writing detailed plans on how they should govern their territories, what necessary steps they should take to improve the condition of their territories. After the matter of the Dragonians was taken care of, Aditya then focused his attention on increasing the defense of his empire. Since the cities of Nyland had teleportation arrays, Aditya did not need to make any teleportation arrays. He only needed a few hours to make defensive arrays that were powerful enough to even stop a fourth order from entering the city. As for his territories that were located beyond the Thera kingdom, there was no need to build any teleportation arrays or any defensive arrays. First of all, the territories in the north were very poorly developed and weren't that rich, so the enemies weren't going to attack that part of the territory. Second of all, those territories of his were protected by his Dragonians. And the third reason was that it would take Aditya at least an entire month just to make teleportation arrays in all the cities in the north. He at least made sure to distribute his soldiers to each city. Each city had 1,000 soldiers protecting it. He also made sure to send Nathan and his whole division to kill a large number of thugs and criminals that were hiding in his northern territory. Nathan perfectly completed his job. After becoming a Dragonian, he had managed to reach beginner third order. Right now, he was the best assassin in the entire eastern region. Aside from hunting the criminals and thugs, Nathan was also tasked to kill the nobles who worked for the kings of those 13 kingdoms. Aditya was sure that those nobles will become a headache if he lets them live. Also, the nobles must have fled with a large number of gold coins. Aditya wanted those gold coins to develop his territories. In these 2 months, Nathan has killed over 10,000 criminals, thugs, and nobles. But knowing that there were still some more rats left to be cleaned, Aditya did not call Nathan back. Along with the increase in his territories, Aditya also had to recruit a large number of soldiers. He also turned a large number of them into his Dragonians. The Dragonians were his personal army. This time more soldiers agreed to become Dragonians, knowing that Dragonians have a chance of becoming noble. For a normal soldier, becoming a noble is like a dream. Ever since the day Aditya killed the Deep Sea Palace King, he had placed all the wild dragon and wyverns in the high tide harbor city. If the Deep Sea Palace did dare to attack the Istaran Empire for revenge, the combined powers of more than a few hundred powerful wild dragons and wyverns should be more than enough to deal with them. Unfortunately, There was no attack or not news from the Deep Sea Palace. The Deep Sea Palace acted as if they did not care about the loss of 500,000 merman soldiers and their king. Their silence worried Aditya. Aditya felt that the Deep Sea Palace was secretly planning something, or maybe he was just overthinking. Regardless, Aditya handled this matter with utter importance. Not knowing the power of his enemy, Aditya remained on his guard. Get up. It's already late. Your duties as the emperor are waiting to be completed. Sigh. I feel very tired. Not physically tired, it was mental exhaustion. There is a limit on how much Aditya and Watson can together do. Why don't you appoint someone as your prime minister? I just can't find anyone who meets my expectations. Julia rolled her eyes. Did you ever try looking for a prime minister? Sigh. Aditya sighed again. These days he was so busy that he barely had time to see his woman, not to mention finding a prime minister. The only time that Aditya ever saw Julia was when they were having their meals. I just did not get time to do it. Having a trusted prime minister can let you have more free time. Speaking of time, maybe in a few more days I will have to leave with Alicia. Can keep it up. Sigh. Aditya sighed again. These days he was so busy that he barely had time to see his woman, not to mention finding a prime minister. The only time that Aditya ever saw Julia was when they were having their meals. I just did not get time to do it. Having a trusted prime minister can let you have more free time. Speaking of time, maybe in a few more days I will have to leave with Alicia. Instead of hearing Julia's reply on the matter, what Aditya got was a pinch on his wrist. I apologize, but I have to keep my promise to her. Aditya felt a little guilty. In these 2 months, he had barely spent any time with his wife. Now he was going to leave in a few days with another woman. It was normal for Julia to feel jealous and maybe sad as well. HMPH. Also, it's not like I am leaving forever. I will be staying there for not more than 15 days at most. Besides, I can return any time using the teleportation array. I am pretty much done with my work. Why don't we have a date today? Before leaving, Aditya wanted to spend as much time as possible with Julia. No, I have important work today. Sister Paige and I will be recruiting some female alchemist. 2 months ago, just when the war ended, Julia called Paige here. Paige was made the vice assistant of Goddess Julia. Being taught by Julia herself, Paige was a capable alchemist that many factions sought out. Paige can do all that by herself. She is very capable. Julia pushed Aditya aside and got up. No, this is an important matter. We're recruiting alchemists for the Eastern Kingdom, so I will need to be there. There are more than 1,000 female cultivators who are applying to become an official alchemist of the Eastern Kingdom. I have to make sure that only the talented and hard-working ones are selected. When it came to things related to alchemy, Julia was always very serious about it. It's not that she did not trust Sister Paige. Rather, she felt Paige was not made for this kind of task. Paige was a quiet type of person. She will only speak when necessary. When are you going to be free? Aditya also got up and then removed the blanket that was covering his body. Aditya's upper body was naked. He was shamelessly flexing his upper naked body in front of Julia. However, Julia did not look the least bit disturbed as she had seen his upper naked body many times. This was not the first time he was sleeping like this. I should be free by evening. Julia got up from the bed. All right. Then our date will start in the late evening. Be ready. Julia did not reply. Instead, she walked out of his bedroom. I will consider. Aditya heard her reply after she walked out of his room. When Julia walked out of his bedroom, the maids who were walking in the hallway giggled seeing Lady Julia walking out of His Majesty's room. By now, everyone in the castle knew Aditya's relationship with Lady Julia. Thank you for working hard as always. As Julia had worked as a maid for 2 years, she knew how difficult the life of a maid was. She had a deep respect for maids. Whenever she saw a maid, she would always greet them and praise them. Her small act can make the maids' days brighter. As Julia walked past the maids bowed to Julia. Lady Julia is so kind to us. I want to become just like her. Did you know that Lady Julia used to work as a maid back when the Eastern Empire was still the smallest kingdom in the eastern region? There is no way I will believe that. The new maid refused to accept it. Everyone knew how high Lady Julia's position was. She had the second most authority after the king himself, so the thought of Lady Julia working as a maid felt more like a joke to the new maid. Really, Lady Julia is the head of the alchemist division. She was in charge of making pills for the soldiers. Since you're new here, let me explain. Lady Julia was made the alchemist division head around 2.5 months ago. Before that, her status was just like ours, but no one in the royal palace dares to look down on Lady Julia. In the future, it wouldn't be surprising if Lady Julia becomes the Empress. Julia did not know what the maids were talking about. After leaving Aditya's room, the goddess was heading to the living room. She was planning on waiting for Aditya to wash up before they can have breakfast together. To think in 5 months, the small castle where I once worked would change this much. Compared to that small, old, gloomy and dark castle, the royal palace was around 10 times bigger. There were more than hundreds of maids working in the royal palace. They made sure to keep the royal palace clean. After walking to the living room, Julia was surprised to see an unexpected guest waiting for them. This guest was none other than Alicia. Right now, Alicia was sitting on the couch and silently enjoying her tea. Behind the couch, Alicia's maid was silently standing. Seeing Julia coming, she politely nodded her head. After heading her head back to the maid, Julia turned to Alicia. I wasn't expecting you to come here. Alicia put the teacup on the table and looked at Julia with a smile. Right now, the goddess wasn't hiding her face, so Julia was able to see her smile. Good morning, Julia. I had some business with Aditya, but it turned out that he is sleeping. I thought it wouldn't hurt to wait for him while enjoying this expensive tea that he bought. Alicia then picked up the teacup and took a sip with her eyes closed. Julia was surprised to hear Alicia's reply. Alicia hated waiting for others, but now Julia found her long-known friend changing a little. Julia wondered why Alicia was all right with waiting for Aditya. She suppressed the questions in her heart before greeting her back with a smile. Good morning, Alicia. If you did not have breakfast yet, then why don't you join us for a light breakfast? I will order the chef to cook something delicious for you. I will pass. By the way, is he awake yet? Normally, he would be awake by 5 in the morning. Aditya and the guild leader had many transactions in the past 2 months. In their meetings, Alicia learned how hard-working Aditya really was. Aditya was not a lazy type of person. He was the type of emperor who would get up earliest in the whole royal palace. Aditya had to buy materials to make mana-gathering formations, teleportation arrays, defensive arrays, and illusion arrays. Well, today Aditya decided to take a break. For the last 3 weeks, Aditya did not get a wink of sleep. Even if he is a beginner, third-order cultivator, staying sleepless for so many nights can harm his body and also making his brain function slower. Ian Watson managed to convince him to take some rest. Who would have thought that he would end up sleeping more than 12 hours? Sigh. It seems he was mentally exhausted. Julia sat on the opposite couch facing Alicia. By the way, when are you planning on taking Aditya with you to Westnia continent? Julia curiously asked. Alicia was like a friend to her. A few years back, when Julia was still living in Awakens City with her parents, she happened to meet the goddess of wealth. Apparently, the goddess of wealth wanted some pills which Julia gladly made. From there, both became friends. Alicia helped Julia many times when she was in need. The same could be said for Alicia. Alicia even met Julia's mother once. Both were close enough to call each other's names without using any formalities. Before I answer, let me tell you this. I have no intention of taking away your men. If possible, I don't want to take this path at all. These 2 months, I have been doing my best to get more time. Unfortunately, my parents had reached their limit. They said that if I did not introduce my boyfriend within 3 days, they will come to Dying Isle continent to find me. Not only that, my mother even threatened me to say that she is going to expose my fake identity in Dying Isle if I don't bring my boyfriend home. Alicia had a helpless smile on her face. She had no romantic feelings for Aditya. Alicia felt very happy that Julia, one of her only a few friends, has found a life partner, if possible. Alicia rather not separate Aditya from Julia, knowing that this could potentially hurt her. Alicia, do I look angry to you? Huh, look, I understand the situation of your home. Besides, as that bad man's wife, you also have the equal right to possess him. From the moment Aditya had defeated the Zulux dynasty, I knew that he was destined to attract women like magnets. I won't be mad even if you learn to love him and decide to become one of his wives. Alicia was touched by Julia's words, however she felt that her friend was misunderstanding her. Julia, I will never fall for Aditya. I am not his wife and I will never become his wife. Seeing her serious face, Julia only shrugged her shoulders and nodded. Only time will tell can keep it up. Read it, High Tide Harbor City, this humble servant greets the emperor. Aditya glanced at the man who was temporarily put in charge of taking care of the High Tide Harbor City. The man named William was one of Aditya's Dragonians. William had long, waist-length black hair. Just like Aditya, he also had light red pupils. William looked to be around 21 years old, while in reality he was 62. William was wearing simple pants and a white t-shirt. He had a sword belt around his waist and was carrying a doubled-edged sword with him. Everyone in the High Tide Harbor City knew who exactly William was. You may rise. Aditya had made a teleportation array in High Tide Harbor City as well. Through the teleportation arrays, he can freely teleport almost anywhere in his big empire. Did anything strange happen, or was there any movement from the Deep Sea Palace? The matter of the Deep Sea Palace was very concerning. He had to handle this matter with utmost care. It has been 2 months since Aditya had placed his 7 generals, a big part of his troops and all of his wyverns and wild dragons. If the Deep Sea Palace did attack, Aditya wanted his Istrian Empire to be ready to counter at any given moment. But strangely, even after knowing that their king was killed by the Istrian Emperor, the Deep Sea Palace did not show any movements, almost as if they did not even care about their king. Aditya did not feel comfortable seeing his next big potential enemy being so calm and quiet. He felt the enemy was planning something. Your Highness, everything is going calm. There has been no problem with trade. We have no zero movements from the Deep Sea Palace. Not only that, but they also cut all the connections that their people had with the races that lives on land. It was almost as if after their king's death, the Deep Sea Palace had entered into isolation. Our troops are regularly patrolling the coast. So far, everything is calm and quiet. Aditya and William walked out of the small castle, which was specially built for the emperor to live in. The teleportation array was built at the center of the castle. Compared to 2.5 months ago, the small High Tide Harbor City has grown a lot. Right now, the city was almost 3 times the size of Azure City, which was the capital of the Istrian Empire. The city had people from various regions of the continent. A few days ago, a merchant ship from the Westnia continent arrived at the dock as well. The city currently was home to elves, beast races, vampires, succubi, and incubi. How is everything going around the city? Are you having any problem? Highness, everything is going smoothly. The construction of the watchtowers is nearly finished. The hot spring and the garden are also near completion. It will probably take another 2 weeks for the hot spring and the garden to be ready. Good job. Aditya lightly praised William before walking out of the palace. As soon as the guards saw him, they bowed their heads to greet the king. Meanwhile, William felt his chest swelling up, feeling proud. He was extremely happy that the emperor himself had personally praised him. To Aditya, these 2 simple words might not mean too much, but to William, these words had a lot of weight in them. Just hearing these 2 words, he felt all of his hard work has paid off. Aditya and William walked out of the palace and then got on a carriage. The carriage then took both of them outside the city. 5 km away from the city, the carriage finally stopped. The door was opened by a soldier. As soon as Aditya stepped out of the carriage, everyone present bowed their heads and greeted the emperor. "Stand up. Zara, give me a report on what you and your fellow mermaids discovered." Zara was a sea elf. She and the other 499 sea elves were bought by Aditya when he was in Awakens city. Right after Aditya returned, he healed the mana-crippled hearts of the 500 sea elves with the pills that Julia gave him. When Eastern Empire won the war, Aditya had waited for 2 months before deciding to send Zara and 499 other sea elves to the sea in hope of learning more about the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom. In those 2 months, Aditya provided Zara and her race members with 3-star cultivation pills. The resources Aditya spent on the sea elves worked. Right now all the sea elves had managed to break through first order and reach second order, while Zara had managed to reach peak second order. Aditya had thought of giving Zara and some of the sea elves with his golden blood and turning them into half-dragons and half-sea elves. Turning them into Dragonians would have quickly increased their powers. Aditya did not go with this plan, since Zara and her fellow sea elven race members were going to infiltrate the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom. It would be better if Aditya did not turn them into half-dragons. After all, he was sure that if the Deep Sea Palace saw half-dragons and half-sea elves, they would associate Zara and other sea elves with the Eastern Empire. This might put the lives of Zara and other sea elves in danger. Zara was a beautiful woman with long light blue hair that had reached down her waist. Her pupils had the same color as the seawater. Zara had elongated ears as elves have. She was fair-skinned and had a voluptuous body. Right now she was wearing a black kimono and wooden sandals. Just like Zara, all the members of the sea elven race were very beautiful looking. The sea elf race was powerful water mages. In water they can even take on beginner third-order cultivators. After a few days of hard work and a bunch of lies, we have managed to get a map of the Deep Sea Palace. Zara took out a wooden table. She then took out a scroll. Opening the scroll, Aditya for the first time saw the territories that the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom controlled. The entire territory of the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom was bigger than Nyland and Zuluk's dynasty combined. The enemy kingdom controlled a vast territory. The Deep Sea Palace Kingdom is located 50 km away from the land. The kingdom has a population of 50 million. 96% of the population is mermaids and mermen. The sea elves and other intelligent races were a group of minorities. It is normal for a mermaid or merman to bully other races. All the top position of the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom was held by either mermaids or mermen. Unlike how things work at land, in Deep Sea Palace only the strongest merman or mermaid gets to be the emperor or the empress. Do you know how many fifth order the enemy kingdom, no, empire has? The existence of the fifth order confirmed that the Deep Sea Palace was not a kingdom, it was an empire. Yes, there are some fifth-order mermen and mermaids. Lewis was the youngest fifth order in the Deep Sea Palace Empire's history. He was able to succeed to the throne without even needing to prove his strength. Everyone believed that Lewis would be able to break the shackle of the fifth order and finally reach sixth order. This is why nobody came to challenge Lewis for the throne. So the enemy has multiple powerhouses which are even more powerful than Lewis. Aditya took this as a piece of bad news. If Lewis was this strong, then what about others? Your Highness, actually there are some political debates going on in the Deep Sea Palace Empire. Almost 90% of the mermaids and the mermen did not like the fact that King Louis was taking 500,000 troops to conquer the territories of the land. Mermaids and mermen were a race that always lived hundreds of meters beneath the seawater or in the deepest parts of the ocean. The factions that live under the sea or the ocean water always keep a clear distance from the land. This always has been the case with the Deep Sea Palace Empire. The empire never has tried to contact any of the kingdoms on land, whether everyone on land died or lives. The races that live below the sea never cares. So now that Lewis was dead, 90% of those who did not like what he was doing voiced out their opinion, while the remaining 10% used to be Lewis's loyal followers. Aditya finally understood the reason why the Deep Sea Palace Empire never attacked back even though their king died. Yes, this is the case. Also, while almost everyone supported Lewis when he was chosen to become the king, in his reign as the emperor, he did some things which made him one of the most unpopular emperors of the Deep Sea Palace Empire's history, especially the fact that because of King Lewis, over 500,000 of their soldiers were lost trying to conquer land territory, infuriated everyone. While those who are supporting Lewis said that he did the right thing, they said that the Deep Sea Palace needed to expand to land as well. They called Lewis' actions an act of revolutionary. Almost 90% of the population disagreed with what the loyal followers of Lewis said in response. The Deep Sea Palace Empire is a place where the population values their culture and their beliefs. The people do not welcome changes. Now this is interesting. Aditya couldn't but help smile. Aditya had seen similar types of cases back on Earth as well. What about the next emperor or the empress? Do you know who is going to sit on the throne? The next emperor or the empress will determine the future between the Eastern Empire and the Deep Sea Palace Empire. If the next ruler is someone who supported Lewis, then there is no doubt that there will be a big war between the two empires. But if the next ruler is someone who did not like what Lewis did, then there may be some room for negotiations. But the possibility of war in both scenarios still existed. After all, the Deep Sea Palace won't forget the fact that the Eastern Empire had killed 500,000 of their soldiers. I heard that there is going to be a competition. All the strongest mermen and the mermaids of the empire can join the competition. The winner will become the next ruler. What about other intelligent races besides mermen and mermaids? No race besides mermen and mermaids are allowed to join the participate. Forgot about participating. No race besides the mermen and mermaids are not even allowed to become officials or hold important positions. All the privileges are given to the mermen and the mermaids, while sea elves and other races are the victims of injustice and inequality. Sea elves are not even allowed to open shops. The Deep Sea Palace is an empire where the mermaids and mermen are superior to everyone, while sea elves and other intelligent races are treated like slaves. No wonder I did not find any other races except for mermen in the army that Lewis bought. The Deep Sea Palace Empire's rules were extremely biased and favorable for the mermen and the mermaids. Maybe I can take advantage of that. The competition will start 4 more months later. For the next 5 minutes, Zara did not say anything as she found the emperor lost in deep thought. After a long time of thinking, Aditya sighed before looking at Zara. Zara, thank you very much for your hard work. You all have completed your mission. Your Majesty, it's my and my people's honor to serve you. Zara lightly bowed her head. William, from now on Zara and her people will live in the palace in High Tide Harbor City. Aditya then turned to Zara. For now, everyone can continue cultivating. Let me know if you or anyone needs any resources. Can keep it up. After he had returned from High Tide Harbor City, he checked the budget reports. Right now, the Eastern Empire had multiple mega projects. There were more than hundreds of construction projects taking place all over the empire. Even though Aditya had earned a huge amount of money after conquering 15 kingdoms, the money in his treasury was very fast. All these projects required millions of royal gold coins. Watson, I am done for today. You and others can also take a break. Aditya stood up to stretch his body. Meanwhile, the royal officials who have been working day and night without getting any sleep dropped their pens and looked at Aditya before looking at each other as if asking if they heard it right. Did I hear it right? The emperor himself is telling us to take a break. Aditya was a serious man when it came to matters related to his empire. In these 2 months, the royal officials who worked under Aditya also had to stay up countless sleepless nights. They worked with the king. The royal officials felt as if the emperor was torturing them with work and was trying to kill them. When Aditya asked them to take a break, everyone including Watson was surprised. What? Aditya was confused seeing everyone staring at him. Your Majesty, are you sure we can take a break? Alex, the man who was once rescued by Aditya, asked hesitantly. Alex felt it has been a long time since he spent time with his family. Because of too much work, Alex could not meet his family for 2 months. In these 2 months, all Alex and other royal officials did was work, eat, shower, washroom, work and work. Of course. Aditya then realized how hard he has been pushing the royal officials. He made them work almost 150 hours a week. Remembering this, Aditya felt a little guilty. He was so focused on developing his empire that he overpushed the royal officials. All of you can take a day break. As the emperor, I thank each and every one of you for working day and night without complaining. Your hard work has saved the lives of millions. It has improved the lives of countless people. Aside from your monthly salaries, you all will get a bonus of 1,000 royal gold coins. Not only that, you all receive a free pass for using the teleportation array. Hearing Aditya's words, everyone was extremely happy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed their heads to the king. Aditya chuckled before walking out of the study room. He was in a good mood as he and his wife were going on a date. Sorry, did I make you wait? After waiting over an hour, Julia finally walked out of her room. Instead of replying, Aditya looked at her beautiful face. Today, Julia had put on a little bit of makeup, which only further made her look more beautiful. Today, she was wearing a mid-calf floral dress. Above her dress, she had put on a white long coat. Today, she had tied her hair in a ponytail, which gave her a youthful and refreshing look. How do I look? Julia shyly asked, while walking up to Aditya. Beautiful as always. Aditya replied with a kiss on her right cheek. Where are we going tonight? Julia asked. She was very excited about their date. I was thinking of going to High Tide Harbor City. I heard that recently many new shops and restaurants have opened up. All right. Using the personal teleportation array, Aditya and Julia soon arrived at High Tide Harbor City. The guards recognized Aditya and Julia. They were about to bow their heads to greet the emperor, but then they found Aditya signaling them to not make a scene and continue with their work. Aditya did not want their personal time to be ruined. It would be better if the people just stayed ignorant of their presence. The guards silently nodded their heads. Aditya gave them a nodding smile before taking Julia's hand and walking out of the teleportation array circle. I heard that uncle is recently preparing to break through beginner 5th order. Is it true? Aditya asked while walking on the streets. The streets were full of people. People from various races could be seen walking on the street. Under Aditya's order, the streets were lit with beautiful Chinese round paper lanterns. Yes, after breaking through beginner 3rd order, I had made 5-star cultivation pills for father. In a few more months, he should be able to reach 5th order. Just after the war ended, Julia focused on her cultivation. The alchemy goddess could be considered one of the best geniuses on the continent. She had frightening cultivation speed, but she wasn't interested in cultivating. Julia spent all of her time in alchemy while neglecting her cultivation. It was only when Julia realized how strong Aditya has grown. The goddess also started cultivating as she did not want to remain weak. The nobles in Echo Dominion are getting more and more shameless. Aditya sensed Julia's anger. What happened? Since none of the nobles were able to get my hand in marriage, now they are targeting my little brother. Last month, 11 marriage engagement proposals came up for Zach. Though Dad has refused all of them engagement talks, just like what happened in my case, those nobles are now after Zach. Even if Julia wasn't the goddess of alchemy, just the strength and the influence of the Honard family were enough to attract the attention of every noble. Forming close ties with the Honard family will only bring them endless benefits. In that case, why don't you ask Uncle to just send Zach here? He can live here and go to school. If you're worried about the level of education, then I can assure you that the schools in the Eastern Empire have one of the best education systems in the whole world. Aditya had personally made the education system of the schools in the Eastern Empire. He added his knowledge from Earth to make the level of education higher than other schools. I will have to ask Dad and Mom about it. The chances are they are not going to agree. If Zach came here, then who will spend time with them? Dad and Mom will be alone and lonely. Aditya nodded with an understanding look. This is why I think it's important to have a big family, and the easiest way of having a big family is by having multiple wives. Just as Aditya finished his words, he felt his waist pinched. HMPH. By the way, I have been meaning to ask, besides Alicia, have you met the other 5 goddesses? Unfortunately, no, I haven't met anyone other than Alicia. I just never took the initiative to know about them. It was Alicia who met Julia. The goddess of alchemy was just too busy with her alchemy life. She did not care nor had any interest in learning about the other 5 goddesses. Aditya and Julia walked around the city. The cold wind of winter did not affect them. They bought clothes and some accessories while enjoying their time. How much? 11 gold coins. All right, thank you very much. Just as Aditya and Julia walked out of the shop, they found a beautiful woman standing in front of them and blocking their way. Aditya and Julia moved to the other side and were about to exit the shop, but then the words of the woman alerted. Aditya, it's very nice to meet the Dragon King. Swoosh. The shopkeeper saw the 3 customers at the entrance disappeared. This shocked the ordinary shopkeeper. Who are you? Aditya had bought the woman on top of the rooftop. Julia had followed them. Aditya's voice contained a trace of killing intent. He won't hesitate even for a microsecond if this breathtaking, beautiful woman turns out to be his enemy. It's nice to meet you. My name is Laura. I am one of the contestants who is going to participate in the upcoming competition for the throne. The reason Aditya had bought this woman named Laura on top of the rooftop is that he had sensed that this woman is a beginner 5th-order powerhouse. The appearance of a beginner 5th-order powerhouse in his territory is something that Aditya did not take lightly at all. Did the Deep Sea Palace Empire send you here? This time Aditya did not even suppress his killing intent. If this woman showed even the smallest trace of hostility, Aditya was going to beat the living hell out of her. When Aditya released his killing intent, Julia, who was standing behind, instantly felt suffocated. She felt as if she couldn't breathe. The weight of her body seems to have increased drastically. Meanwhile, the woman named Laura's face instantly turned deadly pale when Aditya focused all of his killing intent on her. The killing intent that is formed from killing multiple millions of powerful cultivators is not something that even a beginner 5th-order powerhouse can handle. When Laura looked into Aditya's eyes, all she saw were endless dead bodies and rivers of blood. It was as if the world itself has been painted red by the blood of his victims. Even though Laura was a beginner 5th order, when facing this kind of killing intent, she felt her entire body tremble. Her legs were weakly shaking, her teeth were chattering, her heart was beating wildly. Her whole had become stiff. Can keep it up. Even though Laura was a beginner 5th order, when facing this kind of killing intent, she felt her entire body tremble. Her legs were weakly shaking, her teeth were chattering, her heart was beating wildly, her whole had become stiff. Did the Deep Sea Palace Empire send you here to deal with me? No, no. Laura desperately shook her head. Aditya realized that his killing intent was harming Julia, so he quickly suppressed his killing intent while pulling Julia directly into his embrace. I am sorry, are you okay? Aditya asked with a guilty look. Even though he had not focused his killing intent on Julia, just being near Aditya was enough to make her suffer. Huff, huff, I am fine. Julia was breathing heavily. Without caring about Laura, the goddess closed her eyes, feeling the comforting warmth of his embrace. I swear on the mermaid goddess, I have not come here with the intention of harming you or anyone from the Eastern Empire. I only came here to talk with you. Laura was relieved that Aditya withdrew his killing intent. If you're here to talk, then why did you sneak in? You could have just surrendered to my troops, and my troops would have let me know about it. Aditya still did not trust this beautiful woman. I am sorry, this was a mistake on my part. I originally had come here to enjoy this city. Laura then took out 2 bags which were things that she bought while touring around the city. A light, I believe in you. What do you want? Aditya checked on Julia to see if she was okay. Seeing that she had calmed down, Aditya slowly pulled her away from his embrace. There are many things that I want to talk about. Can we find a place to talk? I don't think standing on a rooftop and having a conversation with the Eastern Emperor is a good idea. While speaking, Laura looked at Julia, seeing how gentle and caring Aditya was toward Julia. Laura felt a little jealous, only if she had found someone who loved her like this. Laura soon shook her head, for her love was never an option. Laura was a beautiful woman. She looked like she was only around 20 years old, but her real age was over 100 plus years. She had deep blue pupils. Her long, silver-white hair reaches down her waist. Bangs covered her forehead, and long strands of hair fell from both sides of her face. Laura had blood-drop earrings which only made her look more beautiful. She was wearing a white long dress that covered her whole body. Laura has to be one of the most beautiful women that Aditya has ever laid his eyes upon. In terms of beauty, she was even more beautiful looking than Julia's mother Sophie. While Julia still had that youthful vibe around her, Laura had the charm of a mature woman. There is a restaurant around 500 meters from here. I think we should go there. While walking around with Aditya, Julia had seen this expensive-looking restaurant. She was planning on going there with Aditya. Later, welcome to Heaven Paradise. As soon as Aditya, Julia and Laura entered the restaurant, they were greeted by a 16-year-old waitress. Can you please take us to a private room? Aditya asked. Please come with me. While following Aditya and Julia to the second floor, Laura couldn't help but look at the people who were eating on the first floor. This was her first time on human land. She was curious about almost everything. If Aditya and Julia weren't here, she would have asked the waitress many questions. The waitress leads the trio to a private. Aditya gestured for Laura to sit on the opposite chair facing him. After sitting down, Aditya seriously looked at Laura. What would you like to eat? Unexpectedly, Aditya offered her the menu. This surprised Laura as she wasn't totally expecting this. After taking the menu, Laura flipped through the pages. There were pictures of some dishes which looked very tasty, but in the end, she could not decide what to order as everything on the menu looked very tasty and yummy. I can't decide what to eat. Your Highness can order anything for me, Laura said with a fake smile. The main reason Laura handed the menu back to Aditya was that she could not read what was written. The sea and the land used different alphabets. While everyone in this world spoke the same language, the people of the sea used a different writing method. Of course, Laura couldn't really say it to Aditya. She did not want to embarrass herself. This is why she returned the menu to Aditya. After taking the menu from Laura, Aditya put it on the table so that Julia can also see the menu and give suggestions. Aditya might not have known about it, but Julia knew that Laura could not read what was written. She did not say it out as she did not want to embarrass Laura. We're ready to order. We would like. After they ordered, Aditya then turned to Laura. Miss Laura, you can speak now. Laura took a deep breath and then started. The reason why I came here is that I heard that the Eastern Empire has a powerful and capable alchemist. Oh, it was not a hidden fact that the Eastern Empire had powerful alchemists working for them. Even the Thera king and the empress of the Storm Isle dynasty had asked Aditya about this mysterious alchemist. Other than Duke Sarlis and Duke Zane, not even the nobles of the Eastern Empire had met Julia. Her identity was very mysterious. Only the people who worked in the royal palace and were close to the emperor knew about Julia. I will be honest, the tournament will start soon. With my powers, I can make it to the semi-finals or maybe to the finals if I am lucky, but the chances of winning in the finals are 40%. Hold on, are you telling me that besides you, there are other fifth-order cultivators in Deep Sea Palace? If it was true, then the whole Istarian Empire was in danger. Laura looked into Aditya's crimson eyes, trying to understand what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, she calmly replied, "Currently, the Deep Sea Palace has several fifth-order powerhouses. Those old fools have cultivated more than 200+ years to reach the fifth order." "I see. You can go on with what you were saying before." Aditya acted calm on the surface, but inside he was anything but calm. "As I was saying, my chances of winning the tournament and becoming the next ruler is 40%, not more than that. The reason for my low chances has something to do with a certain powerful man. His cultivation is in mid-fifth order." A mid-fifth order. Aditya felt his blood run cold from her words. If a beginner fifth order was this powerful, then what about a mid-fifth order? Since during the tournament, we won't be allowed to use any artifacts, armor, pets, and powerful weapons, we have no choice but to rely on our strength alone. To win, I will also have to reach mid-fifth order. For that, I will need a 5-star or 4-star cultivation pill that will improve my cultivating speed. With the pill, I will be able to reach mid-fifth order before the tournament. "Miss Laura, why would we give you a 4-star cultivation pill?" Laura was from the enemy side. Just because she did not show any hostility to Aditya did not mean that he was going to give her a 4-star cultivation pill. At the end of the day, Laura was his enemy and he was Laura's enemy. "I wonder if Your Highness is interested in forming an alliance with the Deep Sea Palace Empire in the future." By promising to form an alliance with the Istarian Empire, Laura wanted Aditya to give her a 4-star cultivation pill, which would help her break through the mid-fifth order. "Miss Laura, what if you betray us? Who knows, maybe you're just using us to gain power. And later when you sit on the throne, you might change or show your real colors. That would be a loss for us." Aditya was interested in Laura's offer, but he did not trust her enough. Laura also knew that the Istarian Emperor wasn't going to agree to her request. Why would Aditya believe in a stranger's promise? Laura was like a stranger to her. On top of that, she was also from the Istarian enemy side. "How about this? Both of us will sign a soul-binding contract. If the first party betrays the second party, the soul of the first will be destroyed and the first party will be killed." Laura looked very serious about this alliance. "Miss Laura, before I agree, can you tell me why you're so interested in forming an alliance with the Istarian Empire? Even though the Istarian Empire is very big, you should know that the Deep Sea Palace is way stronger. If both of our empires fought, the Istarian Empire will lose." Aditya wasn't charmed by this woman's heavenly beauty or anything when it came to business or politics. Aditya only cared about his interest. "Your Highness, I am the adopted daughter of the former Deep Sea Palace King. I have long wanted to sit throne and fulfill what my father started, which is to end the racism in the Deep Sea Palace Empire. Unfortunately, my father could not accomplish his dreams. I have inherited his dreams. I want the Deep Sea Palace Empire to become a place where racism and discrimination do not exist. That's a very noble dream, you Miss Laura." But then Aditya's eyes started getting colder. He coldly smiled at Laura and asked, "I am not a child who would believe in this made-up fantasy. I want to know the reason why you decided to ask the Istarian Empire for help. I am sure you also had other choices." Laura bit her lips while lowering her head. The image of a throne on which an old man was sitting flashed before her eyes. "I want to change the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom. For thousands of years, we have been hiding under seawater. I want to change that. Can keep it up." Laura bit her lips while lowering her head. The image of a throne on which an old man was sitting flashed before her eyes. "I want to change the Deep Sea Palace Kingdom. For thousands of years, we have been hiding under seawater. I want to change that." King Louis wanted to gain a footing on the land, which is why he aimed for the Istarian Empire, thinking that it would be easy to take over the Istarian Empire. Unfortunately, no one understood his real intention. In the end, he just wanted to gain his footing on land. You must already know that. The people of the Deep Sea Palace are very cultured and also kind of narrow-minded. There are only a few like me who was able to see the real reason. Everyone was very dissatisfied with Lewis for joining a war that did not involve them, which cost the lives of 500,000 troops. Almost everyone questioned Lewis's action. They failed to see what benefit their empire would get from attacking, going to the surface and taking over a surface kingdom. Laura paused to make sure that Aditya understood what she was trying to say here. So you also have the same intention as Lewis. Aditya tapped the table with his index finger while looking at Laura with a cold smile. Laura shook her head with a smile. Sir, I think you have misunderstood. While Lewis's intentions were to take over land territory, his methods were not the right way. Lewis wanted to expand the Deep Sea Palace while I want something different. Your Highness, I want to set up a trade partnership between two of our kingdoms. My intention is to connect the sea and the land. For thousands of years, we have been living under the sea. It's time for some change. The idea of conquering any land territory never came to my mind. Laura also had some insignificant plans for the future, which will never harm the Eastern Empire or its interest in any way. So Laura felt that she did not need to tell Aditya about those plans of her. In the end, both Aditya and Laura ended up talking for more than an hour while having their dinner. After having dinner, Aditya and Laura both decided to sign a soul-binding contract that prevent any party from betraying the other one. The contract had the following two conditions which applied to both parties. The first condition: neither of the parties shall do anything that will harm the other directly or indirectly party, or the other party's property, or the other party's interest. The second condition: the alliance between both parties will continue forever unless both parties simultaneously agree to break off the alliance. Here is a peak 4-star cultivation pill, just like I promised. While talking with Laura, Aditya learned that neither Laura nor anyone from the Deep Sea Palace has any idea who Julia is. They think that Julia, Aditya's unofficial fiancée. Taking the peak 4-star cultivation pill, which was stored in a jade bottle, Laura sincerely thanked Aditya. Thank you, sir. Since both of us have entered into an alliance, you can just call me Aditya. Laura was relieved to know that her partner was not an arrogant and overly prideful man. Most emperors or empresses would not even allow their own children to address them anything other than Highness. Just these simple words said a lot of things about Aditya. After an hour of talking, Laura found Aditya to be very casual and carefree, which made it easier for them to have a deeper conversation. In that case, please call me Laura as all. All right, thank you for treating me to dinner. Miss Julia, I apologize. It looked like I had interrupted your date. Laura gave a polite bow to Julia as a form of apology. I understand. I would have done the same if I was in your place. Julia noticed from the corner of her eyes that while following, many men were staring at her and at Laura. Some men did not even try to hide the lust in their eyes, which made Julia feel disgusted. Aditya, I will take my leave. I will be sure to send letters if anything major happens. That could change both of our plans. For now, you can rest assured that until the tournament is over, no one will attack the Eastern Empire. If I manage to become the Empress, which will most likely happen, you will never see a day where both of our empires clash. Laura has gained two major things from this trip. One was an extremely rare cultivation pill that was going to take her plans to the next phase, and the other was she had found a powerful ally. I also hope that this day will never come. Otherwise, I don't mind personally paying a visit to the Deep Sea Palace. Although Aditya was smiling lightly and there wasn't any killing intent in this tone, Laura still felt her spine tremble for a split second. She could not help but remember the intense killing intent that nearly choked her. Even though this man was nothing but a beginner third order, Laura's instinct told her that this man was even more dangerous than those old 5th-order ghosts who has been living for centuries. All right, I will take my leave. The next moment, Laura disappeared from the street. The people who were walking past them looked at Aditya and Julia in shock. They could not understand how can someone move his fast. To the eyes of ordinary people, Laura moved as fast as the speed of light. "Shall we continue our date?" Aditya asked, knowing that she must have been a little bitter for being interrupted during their date. "All right." Laura did not leave the high-tide harbor city immediately after separating from Aditya and Julia. Right now she was going to a certain part of the city where her people were waiting for her. A moment later, Laura entered a luxurious inn that she rented for the night. Knock, knock. "Who is it?" "Kate, it's me." "Open the door." Click. After opening the door, Laura walked inside. Inside the room, besides Laura, there was another mermaid who was wearing a maid outfit. This woman was Laura's personal maid ever since the former Deep Sea Palace Emperor adopted her. In the whole world, Kate was one of those few people whom Laura trusted with all of her secrets. "My lady, thank God you're back. I was so worried. We cannot trust the damned humans. Who knows, they might try to backstab us when we let our guard down." Kate was a beautiful mermaid woman. Kate had light blue hair and black pupils. Kate was 37 years old but looked like she was in her 20s. After closing the door, Laura helplessly smiled. She then proceeded to sit on the couch. "Even if the humans of this city wanted to do something to me, they can't. Did you forget that I am a fifth order? Besides, why would humans try to attack us when we also look no different from humans?" The mermaids and mermen had this racial ability to free transform into humans. Their lower body would transform back into human-like legs. In some senses, when mermaids were in their human form, they were no different from humans. Still, we cannot let our guard down, especially when we are in a city which is surrounded by powerful wild dragons and wyverns. Before coming to this city, Kate and Laura had managed to learn about the forces that guarded and protected this city. It was because of Laura's fast agility that both of them were able to come here without anyone noticing them. The agility of the fifth order was too fast for a fourth order. When Laura suppressed her aura and came here, no one was able to find her, that is, except for Aditya, who was able to overwhelm her and managed to bring her to the rooftop. "Don't worry, there is no need for us to hide anymore. No one will attack us, as I have personally met the Eastern Emperor in this city through some luck and had a meeting with him." Laura was very happy with the way things were going for her. She originally thought that it would at least take her a few days before she could meet the Eastern Emperor. Meeting the Eastern Emperor, what was the Emperor doing here? Kate, Laura's maid, was confused here. It turned out that the king was on a date with a woman named Julia. Everything has gone according to plan. Now I and the king have entered into this soul-binding contract that makes us allies. The next step would be to break through the beginner phase and enter the mid-phase of the fifth order before the competition. "My lady, are we heading back?" As much as Kate disliked humans, she enjoyed staying in this city, as this was the first time she had ever visited the surface. If possible, she wanted to spend some time here. "No, we're going to relax for the next 2 days. I have been cultivating for the last 1 year. I want to take a break as well and enjoy myself." "Can keep it up."